Good morning, Congress. I'm going to bring Congress to order, so if we can ask delegates to take their seats there in the hall, please. As you know, we've got quite a bit of business to get through, but just to give you a very warm welcome on our third and last day of Congress. So good to see so many of you here. Hopefully more people will come in after the private session, but I hope you all had a good evening, whatever your plans were. So we will now move it, and there's no standing order report because Jackson did move that last night, giving delegates an update. And we are going to begin this morning's session with a private session and the Treasurer's report. Can I emphasise that only registered delegates can participate in this session or be in the room? And can I ask all non-delegates to leave the auditorium? And as I say, if you could take your seat as soon as possible, comrade. When we begin the private session, delegates will not be permitted to enter or exit the hall once this is commenced, and there will be no visitors and media reps. Thanks for your patience, Congress. We're now going to move on to this morning's sessions with a group debate on trade union organising and equality and social justice, taken from sections 7 and 8 of the agenda. The next 7 motions on equality and social justice will be taken, as I said, as a group debate. And so I'll be asking for each one to be moved in turn and then to be formally seconded. Following that, supporting speeches and any speeches against will be taken before we move to the vote on each motion individually. Speakers are asked to identify which motion they are speaking in support or opposition to and are invited to come forward now. Can I remind delegates the speaking time for moving a motion will be 4 minutes today, and to second, support or oppose will be 2 minutes. So I hope that's some clarity for you today, and thank you, Congress. So I'm now going to move into that section of the business and invite delegates to come to the rostrum. Thank you. Congress, I'll call on Composite N, anti-racist workplaces and the black workers to move the composite motion.
Thank you, President. Congress, Talat Ahmed on behalf of the STUC Black Workers Committee, moving Composite N, which is on anti-racist workplace conferences. Members will be aware that last year in the autumn, the TUC launched its anti-racist manifesto. This was a very important document, a milestone in that it recognised certain achievements that have been made, but it also, more importantly, pointed to certain deficiencies and, of course, pointed to a lot of work that still needed to be done. And this is incredibly important because in our movement, one of the important pieces of work that's been progressive that has been done has been especially in the arena of establishing black sections, black networks, BAME networks and what have you. So obviously within our own trade union body, in the STUC, we have the Black Workers Committee as well as other equalities committees. Obviously, if you think about a union such as Unison, it has the oldest black sections segment of any trade union body. I myself am in UCU, and certainly across UCU, we have BAME networks that exist in different institutions and also nationally. You will also see that in our motion, very importantly, it highlights the PDA union in terms of its efforts in terms of black self-organisation, and also the fact that they have developed a toolkit which has been employed very successfully within its own unions, and as our motion stipulates, that this is something that will be really made available to other affiliates and organisations to use in their own way. This is obviously incredibly important work, but we need to do a lot more and we need to be a lot better. And therefore what this motion, this composite is also calling for is a one-day national conference that we organise here in Scotland on building anti-racist workplaces. Now this composite has been put together as a result of the very progressive and very important experience south of the border in the rest of the UK, where the TUC, in conjunction with Stand Up to Racism for the past 5 years, has organised an anti-racist, a fighting for and building anti-racist workplaces conference. I've been to that conference as a delegate from my own union, UCU, for the past 3 years. It's one of the best conferences that I have ever attended, because what you have there are both general secretaries of the unions across the country, but also all the way down to reps, all the way down to lay members inside their branches of the affiliates turning up. And there are workshops that take place where people really get into some of both the nitty-gritty, but also are able to share experiences. And this is sharing experiences of both things that have been extremely positive that have happened across their branches and in their unions, as well as looking at areas that they can learn from. And it's one of the most meaningful ways in which we are able to embed anti-racism further within our trade union movement. So our composite is also asking for us in here in Scotland to organise a similar one-day conference very shortly on that kind of model, so that we can continue to take our anti-racist work forward and continue to embed this further.
Thank you. Thanks for your contribution. I'd like to invite the Pharmacists Defence Association to second the composite motion. Thank you. And comrades, I am going to be tight with the speaking time today. I'm sorry, but I want everybody to make their contributions in the debate. Thank you.
Good morning. I'll try my best. Good morning, President, General, Council. I'm Urvi Vora from the Pharmacists Defence Association and a first-time speaker and delegate at STUC. Thank you. To answer the elephant in the room, I am indeed a Sassenach. I came to Scotland in 2020, pre-pandemic, and what I thought would be a short 3-month stint in remote and rural Caithness turned into a long-term decision. And 3 years on, becoming an avid lover of curry, I'm afraid to say you're not getting rid of me anytime soon. I'm a first-generation immigrant. I was born in Kenya, and my parents moved here from India in the 80s. I saw them go through discrimination and marginalization in this period, but equally, I never saw them step away from their commitment to help us grow as a family and provide a secure life for my brother and I. My own experiences of racism started at 5, when a boy at school refused to sit next to me because of my oiled hair. And they continued into my teens and young adult life. Yet naively, when I took on a role in senior leadership in the NHS, I didn't consider my race or ethnicity would become an issue until my family's first response to my new role wasn't to congratulate me, but warn me that I was putting myself in the firing line and should expect racism as a result. Sadly, my story isn't one of mine alone. 52% of pharmacists are of BAME background, and of these, a survey in 2020 found that 51% of these had reported that they felt discriminated at work. This means 1 in 4 pharmacists in this day and age still face these issues. In response to this, the PDA has created the Anti-Racist Toolkit. Why? Because it's not enough for employers, employees, and union members simply to be non-racist or challenge racism. We must all be proactively anti-racist with our policies, practice, and workplace culture. Because of this, the PDA supports this motion.
Can I ask you to wind up, sister? Sorry.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to call on the LGBT Workers' Conference to move motion number 76, Equality Political Education. Thank you.
For the record, I'm Kirsty Reichley today. I've remembered my name. President, Congress, Kirsty Reichley, STUC LGBT Workers Committee, moving motion 89, Gender Recognition Reform Scotland Bill passing. Congress, my generation is Generation X, and we are not known for our silence, especially in times of injustice. I'm also part of a community that has historically been persecuted and discriminated against for decades. We didn't step aside and let Thatcher's government walk all over us. No, the entire LGBT family stood together and fought back. And Congress, we have no intention of letting Rishi Sunak's government do that either. One memory I had when I wrote this speech was being in London in 1990. I just left the London Lesbian and Gay Centre, as it was known then, walking towards Trafalgar Square to get the bus back to base. We walked past a street newsagent setting up for the morning, and I noticed a sign beside the stand, and it said, "Thatcher is out." I kept that sign as a reminder never to return to those days again. But yet, Congress, here I am today, 23 years later, talking about the rights of my LGBT siblings to live their lives with dignity and respect, without the judgment of those that feel they have the right to cast envenomed public attacks on members of our ever-increasing family. I am here today also to thank the STUC General Council for their support in getting the gender recognition reform into legislation, and to further ask for their continued support for the liberation of trans and non-binary people. It's not been an easy road for this to reach legislation. It took time to get into the Scottish Parliament, and then, lo and behold, it took Westminster just 26 days to file a Section 36 order against it. Every time the GRR was pushed back, many of our trans siblings were faced with devastating mental and emotional distress, many turning to suicide and self-harm. And now, Congress, we have yet another delay with the Section 35 order. Inevitably furthers the deterioration of the mental health of the community. As trade unions, we should not be standing, watching from a distance. We need to be educating in order to bust any myths surrounding the reforms and to dispel any false information that is circulated by individuals that have opted to remain exclusionary. We need to work together, collaborating with all trade unions to ensure reform is undertaken swiftly and smoothly. We need to provide all unions and members with up-to-date and accurate information, and through this approach, drown out the voices of toxic misinformation. And Congress, we need to oppose any Section 35 order that undermines the GRR bill. After all, if they're exercising the Section 35 order against one bill, what's to stop Westminster from using it again for so much more? Congress, I move this motion.
Thank you, Kirsty. I'm now going to call the Black Workers' Conference to second motion number 76. Thank you, Satnam.
Congress President Satnam, Black Workers' Conference, very happy to take my 2 minutes and second motion 76 on equality and political education. Congress, this motion picks out a gap in the knowledge base of trade union reps. Because reps in the workplace are both the face of the union and the interface of our movement, this is very much a gap that we should look to close. But Congress, whilst the equality committees that bring this to our agenda, the successful implementation of the asks are hugely dependent on all affiliates organising the widest participation from all of our reps. Congress, this is an important point. We do not want political education on equalities for those who are already politically educated on equalities. And neither do we want the burden and the workload of challenging inequalities to fall on the shoulders of the already marginalised and disadvantaged union activists. That is why the final bullet of the motion asks for the involvement of members, of officials and staff, because that will be ultimately what determines the success or otherwise of this resolution. So please support motion 76 and please help to make the work of our movement more inclusive and more effective. Thank you.
Thank you, Satnam. I'm now going to call on UCU to move motion 77, Justice for Sheiku Bayo. Thank you, Mary.
President Congress, Mary Senior, University and College Union, moving motion 77, Justice for Sheiku Bayo. Congress, Sheiku Bayo died in police hands in Kirkcaldy, just down the road from this Congress Hall in 2015. Sheiku was stopped by police and was face down on the ground in less than 42 seconds. Up to 7 police officers became involved in restraining him using pepper spray and batons. He was handcuffed, ankle cuffed and leg restraints were used. Within minutes of this, he had lost consciousness, he stopped breathing and Sheiku died. Sheiku was born in Sierra Leone, a war-torn country. He came to the UK in 1995 to escape the dangers of civil war as an unaccompanied child for refuge. He lived in 5 since 2000. He was a father to 2 young sons, a brother to his sister Caddy, who addressed this Congress last year, and he was a partner. His death was devastating to his family. After years of campaigning and perseverance, his family secured a public inquiry into the police officer's conduct before, during and after Sheiku's death, and this finally began last year, chaired by Lord Brackadale, and is expected to conclude in 2024. Congress, the inquiry has already revealed shocking evidence of racial stereotyping, racist tropes and prejudice which influenced actions. It's vital that the events leading up to Sheiku's deaths are subject to the utmost scrutiny so that the truth can be established. Congress, it's utterly intolerable that we have to continue to challenge injustice, prejudice and institutional racism in the organisations which are supposed to keep everyone safe. This is 30 years on from the murder of Stephen Lawrence and 22 years since the killing of Surjit Choker. Black people are still more likely to be stopped and searched, face disproportionate use of force, and more likely to die in custody. This is shameful. Indeed, Doreen Lawrence has just this week said, black people are never seen as people that should have justice. Congress, Black Lives Matter. We must challenge this pernicious and brutal institutional racism and secure justice for those it harms. The work of the STUC and trade unions to date in supporting the Sheiku Bayo campaign has been heartening. We must continue this practical solidarity, sharing the STUC campaign guide, supporting the vigils, attending the hearing, and mobilising our members and activists to do likewise. We need to make donations and provide financial support to the campaign. We also have a duty to tackle this brutal institutional racism head-on. Congress, without justice, we cannot have peace. Please support the motion and please support the Sheiku Bayo Justice Campaign.
Thank you, Mary, for that contribution. I'd now like to call on the STUC Black Workers Conference to second this motion. Thank you, Leila.
Good morning, Conference. Leo Roxanne Hill, seconding the motion on justice for Sheiku Bayo on behalf of the Black Workers delegation. There's not much else that I can say apart from what Mary has said. On the 3rd of May this year, it will be 8 years since Sheiku Bayo died following police contact. What we do need to recognise that this is a pivotal moment in the Scottish justice system. It's a pivotal moment for Scotland, and if we don't find justice for Sheiku Bayo, there won't be justice for us all. Please, if you can, attend the inquiries. We have been asking for this. Sheiku's family has been asking for this. Going into the inquiry, and you are confronted with a legal system which includes the Scottish Police Federation, which includes some people of the highest positions within the law and legal system in Scotland, and there are black women sitting day in, day out on the front row confronting this. As a trade union movement, we need to support our black members. We need to support those who experience the harshest of state and institutional violence. The inquiry is ongoing. Do what you can to raise awareness, and justice for Sheiku Bayo is justice for us all. Please support this motion.
Thank you, Leila. Congress, I'm now going to call on the FBU to move motion number 8, tackling the far right, support hope, not hate. Welcome.
Thank you, President. Thank you, President. Congress, I am Ian Ballantyne from the Fire Brigade Union. First time Congress, first time Speaker. Moving motion 78, tackling the far right, supporting hope, not hate. It is with deep concern that we note the rise in far-right social media influencers. Of particular concern is the activity and popularity of YouTubers, attracting over 4 billion views while expressing extreme far-right opinions. These views translate to revenue for these accounts, and within that dynamic, they will say and do anything to protect that revenue stream, deliberately targeting the disaffected youth within our society, especially young men, to amass these viewing statistics. They use shock and sensationalist tactics to draw attention by any means, with no thought to the messages of hate they spread. This is a problem not easily solved, but one we should focus on. As unions and as a movement, we are ever working to elicit positive change for our members. I'd like to take the opportunity to recognise the sterling work that is already taking place around us, within our unions and within the groups designed to defeat the far right. At the end of business yesterday, I attended the Stand Up to Racism Fringe event downstairs, and it's groups like these who are on the front line in the fight against racism and fascism, and we commend each and every activist for taking a stand and showing that the views of the far right are not representative of the people of Scotland. I'd like to express solidarity to the people in Erskine, standing up bravely in the face of fascism, and to support that work. And to support that work, we need to continue to educate and inspire our members in our workplaces, in our unions, and in our communities. I asked the STUC to encourage all affiliates to join the Hope Not Hate campaign, affiliate with them, join the fight to defeat the far right, support the mission, align with Hope Not Hate, open the conversation throughout your memberships, and promote the message that empowering people to build resilient, inclusive, and hopeful communities is a worthwhile investment. In these increasingly unstable and uncertain times, we should offer hope, and we should demonstrate that hate and division can be overcome. Congress, I move.
Thank you, Ian, for your contribution. Congress, can I ask for motion number 78 to be formally seconded? Thank you, Congress. I'm now going to call on the STUC Black Workers Conference to move motion number 80. Systemic racism in Scottish cricket. Sorry, sister. Thank you.
President, Congress, Rourke Suleiman from Black Workers Committee, moving motion 80, systemic racism in Scottish cricket. Congress knows that the concrete evidence around systemic racism in our Scottish cricket, over 448 examples of institutional racism were identified. It is not a shock to most of us. The report is worrying and is a wake-up call for those who claim and think there's no racism in Scotland. Oh yes, it is happening every day, everywhere in our community and the workplace. Congress, you all join me to say well done to Majid, Haq, Kasim, and those their white colleagues who support them and give them the confidence to stand up and raise their voices. And that is exactly what we need to do as a trade union anywhere racism raises up its head, in the workplace, in sports, community, anywhere in the world. The impact of racism on the individuals, their family, and other children who may not want to follow their dreams because they could be treated differently because of the color of their skin. Everyone deserves equal opportunity to be happy and do exactly what they want to do in this world because there's only one human race. But it comes in different colors, sizes, and that is acceptable. It is the work of a nature. There is already a relationship between the STUC Black Workers and the Committee of Cricket Scottish Advisory Group. We input and share learning on these issues, but we could do more if we get out support from all the trade unions. Congress, as the STUC General Council and its affiliates, we are asking you to please work with the individual stakeholders to make sure that we hold the Cricket Scotland accountable and ensure that every recommendation is implemented. We're also asking for support to provide a platform for the review participants or victims to share their learning experience so that we can make a difference in our society. We want to use the learning, again, it is important to have this approach in supporting us to make us cultural changes within our sport. Congress, I just want to share with us today, if we do not fight racism, history will not forgive us. If we get it wrong, history will forgive us. But please join me today and support this motion to make sure that it's acceptable with all its recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, sister. Can I call on Prospect to second motion number 80? Thank you, Richard.
President Conference, Richard Haddy from Prospect speaking to second motion 80. And of the many things that I thought I would ever talk to STUC Conference about, cricket probably was not the top of my list. I suppose it does make a change from talking about defence and energy. Colleagues, I think some of you know I'm a very proud Yorkshireman, but one of the things that I'm not proud about in Yorkshire at the moment is the state of Yorkshire County Cricket Club. And unfortunately, that cancer that has overtaken something that is very, very close to my heart is now in Scotland. Cricket in Scotland perhaps runs deeper than many people in this room think. There are as many players of cricket in Scotland as there are of rugby union. And yet, the public profile of cricket is not as high. The damage being done to communities and players and you know, cricket in general is immense because of this cancer inside Scottish cricket. For 2.5 years, since we were approached by staff at Cricket Scotland and through the good auspices of Paul Reddish, who was a former board member, we have been seeking to gain recognition at Cricket Scotland. 2.5 years. In that time, we've had conversations with 3 chief executives, all of whom we've outlasted. We've seen a board resign, a board be reappointed, and a board chair step down. Cricket Scotland is the owner of the unwanted accolade of being possibly the worst and most shambolic organisation I have ever dealt with in 33 years as a trade union rep and trade union official. We don't believe that Cricket Scotland is now in a position to fix itself. I was going to put an emergency motion in, but I pay tribute to the work of my comrades in the Black Workers Conference and thank them for being able to speak on this. We need to broaden this out. I really want you to support this motion. Cricket might seem something that's very distant and almost very English, but it isn't. It is part and parcel of Scottish civic life, and it's being destroyed by the actions of an organisation which is not fit for purpose. And we need to be calling for wider action to be taken to make Cricket Scotland a safe place for our members and a safe place for all communities. Please, please support this motion.
Richard, thank you. Congress, I'm now going to call for the mover of amended motion number 81, Fight Racism in Scotland, and I'm calling on East Kilbride and South Lanarkshire Trades Union Council to move the motion. Welcome.
Good morning, President Congress. Hazel Marshall, East Kilbride and South Lanarkshire Trades Council, moving motion 81, Fight Racism in Scotland. We know that racism takes many forms, from violent physical attacks to the quiet, insidious verbal abuse that goes on up and down this country daily. In the 21st century, it's sadly disappointing that we have to continually campaign against and highlight racism where it rears its ugly head. But that's exactly what we have to do. Wherever it occurs, no matter who the offender is, be it institutional or individual, we all have a duty to raise awareness of the negative impact that racism has on people, our communities and our workplaces, and work towards a fairer, equal society for all. This motion is asking to do just that, from supporting the family of Sheiku Bayo to encouraging affiliates to deliver training on challenging racism in the workplace and to engage with community campaigns to challenge racism. And I'm happy for the unison amendment to be accepted in the motion and congratulate them on the Year of the Black Worker 2023 and wish for it to be as much success as the Year of Disabled Worker was for them last year. Congress, I move. Please support.
Thank you, sister. Can I call on Unison Davina to second the motion? Thank you.
Good morning, Congress. President Davina Rankin, Unison Scotland, seconding the motion. Conference, you heard, and from the amendment you see our year of 2023 as a year of Black Worker in Unison. And it's a really important year for us because we see it as a year to both commemorate and celebrate the achievements of our Black workers. But equally important is the need to actually have that challenging and difficult conversation about becoming a truly anti-racist trade union movement. The trade union movement as a collective have a mixed history on tackling racism in the UK, and it's important we learn from those mistakes and actually ensure we have got black leaders at the heart and centre of our movement. If we do not take this year to look back and change our practice, embedding anti-racist education, anti-racist work, promoting and supporting our black workers, we will have failed as a movement. It's a really important motion and I encourage Congress to support. I second. Thank you.
Thank you, Davina. Congress, this is a group debate, so I'm now going to open it up to the floor of Congress and call for any supporters of the motions we've heard or any speaking in opposition. As explained, if anyone is coming up, if you could identify yourself, who you are and what your position is on any of the motions that we've just heard. Are there any further contributions from the floor? Thank you, Delegate.
Adam Sutcliffe, EIS, speaking in support of Composite Motion N. President Congress, the EIS is front and centre in promoting anti-racism, both in our movement and with our employers. We've got a resource for reps called Standing Together, Mobilising for Anti-Racism at Work, which supports reps and members in dealing with racism at work, and how to activate for anti-racism at work. Also, chaired by EIS member Dr. Khadija Mohammed, the Scottish Government's Anti-Racism in Education programme has the central aims of identifying measures which will address race inequality, which remains evident in schools. One of the programme's work streams is the Education, Leadership and Professional Learning subgroup, whose vision is that Scotland's educators and leaders are confident, committed and empowered to promote equality, foster good relations and identify, prevent and deal with racism. In order to facilitate this, Education Scotland created, as an objective for the workstream, a course for educators called Building Racial Literacy, which promotes anti-racism as a baseline professional value for educators with the ultimate goal of making every educator in Scotland racially literate. The first cohort had 88 educators, and I was on the second cohort. And we feel, those of us who take that course feel it's completely vital. As we heard from the motion on Monday about online abuse, there are vicious, vile racists everywhere, including in our workplace. And when a government minister publicly dreams of deporting migrants to Rwanda and uses hard-right rhetoric when talking about asylum seekers, it's no wonder that those who harbour racist ideas feel unable to vent their filth in public places. Anti-racism is a verb, an action word, and it's about standing up against racism whenever we see or hear it. So please support this motion.
Thank you, Delegate. If you'd just like to come to the rostrum, thank you.
President Congress, Thomas Granger, the LGBT Workers Committee. Please forgive us, we got mixed up earlier and gave you the wrong
Delegate,
speech.
apologies, but could you maybe go a wee bit in closer to the mic?
Sure.
Thank you so much. It's to help the signers. Thank you.
Our apologies, we gave you the wrong speech in moving motion 76, so I'm going to give you the speech in support of it. Political education has never been more required as it is now, and it's brilliant that the STUC have developed a political education course. Whilst we recognise this is in its early phase and we recognise that it mostly has focus at the moment on the cost of living crisis, we must build on this and embed greater political education into our union and rep structures too. We strongly believe that equalities must be embedded into any political education course, and we need all our reps, activists, officers and officials on equality-related matters and issues. The political education lens of equality matters, not just equality reps. We need to provide greater opportunities and learning to equip, educate and empower everyone in our movement to be and feel confident to deal with and recognise and understand forms of bullying, harassment, intimidation and inequalities. But as our motion outlines, we are living in a world and political environment faced with misfortune, misconceptions and disinformation. Political education is a powerful tool that can help workers understand the issues facing them at work and in the world that we live in, and feel more able to challenge these inequalities. We need every trade union rep and member to be more equipped on equal issues, not just to depend on a small few of us who happen to be part of a community or fly the flag for equality. So let us use this opportunity we have to keep building our political education and make sure that equality is a core key element of this. The LGBT Conference and Committee are fully committed to working with the STUC and unions to better equip trade unions when it comes to LGBT issues.
Thomas, can I ask you to wind up? Thank you.
Please support this motion.
Thank you, Thomas. And just to confirm, that was supporting motion 76. Thank you for that.
Hi, President, Congress. My name is Zia Hussain, Unison, here to support amended motion number 81. Just as Davina highlighted, this is the campaign that we're running, and I'm at the back if you want to take any pictures with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Congress, are there any other contributors to this group debate? I can't see anyone. Well, apart from Mike, I could see Mike. But what I'm going to do now, I'm going to move to the vote. And when we move to the vote, we are going to vote on each individual motion and composite that we've just heard. So the first motion I'm going to move to is the vote on composite N, which is anti-racist workplace. And the General Council's position on it is to support. All those in favour, please show. Any against? Any abstentions? Composite N, Anti-Racist Workplaces Conference. The General Council position is to recommend support. All those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? Thank you, Congress. Moving to motion 76 on equality political education. And again, the General Council position would recommend support. All those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? Motion 76, equality political education, is carried. I'm now going to move to motion 77 on justice for Sheiku Bayo. The General Council position is to support. All those in favour, please show. Any against? Any abstentions? Thank you, Congress. Motion 77 is carried. Going to take the vote on motion 78, tackling the far right, support, hope, not hate. General Council position is to recommend support. All those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? Motion 78, Congress, is carried. Moving to vote on motion 80, systemic racism in Scottish cricket. General Council position is to recommend support. All those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? Thank you, Congress. Motion 80 is carried. Voting now on amended motion 81, fight racism in Scotland. General Council position is to recommend support. Can I ask for those in favour? Please show. Any against? And any abstentions? Amended motion 81, fight racism in Scotland, is carried. And Congress, I'd like to thank you for your support in that, and just to reaffirm, that was a really important debate that we've just had. I don't want people to think we're rushing through the business. It's still important we take cognizance of the spirit behind the movers of those motions and everything we've heard this morning. But thank you for your support in getting through that business. Thank you. Congress, we have been advised that Anna Sarwar is going to be a bit later. Not too late, but what we're going to do is just to move on from the business. We're going to go to the agenda and move to motion 106, Justice for the Victims of Spain's Fight for Democracy. And I am going to call on Mike Arnott on behalf of Dundee Trades Union Council to move the motion. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. President, Congress, Mike Arnott, Dundee Trades Union Council, moving motion 106, Justice for the Victims of Spain's Fight for Democracy. Those of us who were at yesterday's lunchtime fringe meeting for this motion were honoured to hear from Javier Almazan, whose brother was beaten to death by the Spanish police on the 15th of December 1976 while taking part in a demonstration in central Madrid. We also heard from Pablo Mayoral, who was sentenced to death in 1975 but survived due to an international campaign and due to the death of Franco. The transfer between the death of Franco in 75 and the new constitution in December 1978 was not the peaceful transition it is often portrayed as. Millions took to the streets in attempts to influence events and to campaign for democracy. As many as 400 are estimated to have died, killed by the police, the army, and often clandestine fascist proxy organizations. No arrests were made, no witnesses were interviewed, no trials for the perpetrators, no justice for the victims. Thousands more students, young women and men, detained and tortured. Retrospective attempts at prosecutions in Spain have been dismissed as they are deemed to be over 10 years old and only crimes against humanity can overcome the statute of limitations in Spain. The International Court in The Hague has asked Spain on more than one occasion to address this injustice, but these instructions are not mandatory and have been ignored. Argentinian courts do recognize what happened in Spain during the dictatorship and in its immediate aftermath as a crime against humanity. Hence, our friends and others are having to rely on Argentinian prosecutors to try and obtain justice. But this again meets obstruction from the Spanish judiciary and state. This is ironic because Argentinian police anti-communist agents who were later involved in the Argentinian coup were active in these killings, operating within Spanish state agencies. Because these victims are forgotten, I will read the names of some of those for whom our comrades are seeking justice. Killed by the police and proxy groups: Angel Almazan, Javier's brother; Arturo Ruiz; Mori Luz Nayero; Pencho Ageo; Gustavo Munoz; Jose Luis Montañez; Vicente Cuervo; Juan Mañas. And these, executed by firing squad on the 27th of September 1975, including two of Pablo's comrades: Humberto Baena Alonso, Jose Luis Sanchez Bravo Solas, Ramon Garcia Sanz, Angel Ortegui, and Juan Parades Manot. Please support and give voice to the Colectivo de los Olvidados por la Transición, the collective of those forgotten by the transition. I move.
Thank you, Mike. Congress, is there a seconder for the motion? Formally, I'm now going to open up the motion for debate. I can't see any indication of any delegates coming forward, so I am going to move to the vote. So we're at motion 106, Justice for the Victim of Spain's Fight for Democracy. The General Council position is to recommend support. All those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? Congress, motion 106 is carried. Thank you. Now going to move to motion 99. And that's Afghanistan and women's education. I'm going to call on the UCU to move the motion. Thank you, Congress. I'll just give the delegate a minute to come down to the rostrum. Thank you. That's okay. Stay safe. Thank you.
Congress, Jeanette Finlay, UCU Scotland, moving motion 99. According to UNESCO, over the past 2 years, 1.1 million girls and young women have been left without any access to formal education in Afghanistan. This follows a period in which the number of women in higher education had increased almost 20 times in less than 20 years, and literacy rates had doubled. On the 1st of December 2022, university education for women was suspended, excluding over 100,000 female students who were studying in higher education at that time. Since the grossly misogynist Taliban government seized power, 1.1 million girls over 12 have been excluded from school, and now 30% of girls have never entered primary education. Congress, I stood in Aberdeen last year moving a motion on this issue, and we knew then that the rights of women were under attack, and sadly that concern has been fully justified. We know, and we've discussed at this Congress, how important education is to all, but there is a particular importance to women and girls. When you educate a girl, you give her the ability to escape a life of drudgery and oppression. You give her the ability to advocate for herself and her family and community. To remove access to education in those circumstances and in that country, you send her back to the dark ages. You reduce her to a slave and a baby machine. Congress, we must place on record our demand that the Scottish and UK governments continue to oppose, by all means, the removal of the right to employment and education. We must also demand that the UK government fulfil its promises made in 2022 on resettlement, and to reverse cuts to aid spending and also to fund UK research and innovation official development assistance. We must say in the strongest possible terms to our governments that we cannot stand silent in the face of this horrific situation. Solidarity with the women and girls of Afghanistan, I move.
Thank you, Sister. I'm now going to call on EIS to second the motion. Thank you, Susan.
President, colleague Susan Quinn, EIS seconding the motion, and following from what Jeanette has said, wanting to make sure that the message comes as strong as it possibly can from this Congress about the work that needs to be done to make sure that the situation for young women and girls in Afghanistan is reversed. It is abhorrent that in this day and age we find ourselves in a position where young women cannot access education. And as Jeanette says, the absolute clear importance of it for all in our societies is there, but for women in an attempt to make sure that they can live freely in a way that is acceptable to them and to others. And what we in this country would expect for our girls is what we should be expecting for our sisters within Afghanistan. Please support this motion.
Thank you, Susan. Congress, I'm now going to open the motion up for debate. Is there any further contributions from the floor? I can't see anyone coming forward, so I'll move to the vote. So we're on motion number 99, Afghanistan and women's education. The General Council position is to recommend support. All those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? Thank you, Congress. Motion 99 is carried. Before I bring in our guest speaker to address Congress, I just want to reassure the delegates, I know we've been around about the agenda today, but we'll move into the international section after our guest speaker. So Jim, bear with us, please. I'm now delighted to ask Anas Sarwar to address Congress. Anas is the leader of the Scottish Labour Party. It's great to see you this morning. Anas has been the leader since 2021 in Scotland. He was an MP, and has been a member of the Scottish Parliament for Glasgow region since 2016. But prior to that, you were an MP for Glasgow Central, and during your time in the House of Commons served as Deputy Leader of the Scottish Labour Party. I welcome to Congress and look forward to your address, Anas. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I thought you were going to give the full backstory there, and I was going to get my dentistry reminded of me as well. But thank you. It's an absolute pleasure and an honour to be here and to address the 126th Congress today. And it's from our trade unions that the Labour Party was born, and it'll be from our trade unions that our Labour Party will rebuild, and it's from our trade unions that our Labour Party will win and succeed again and deliver for working people across our country. Because we are one movement, and I never forget that the Labour Party is the political wing of the Labour movement, not separate from our Labour movement, united by our socialist principles and a commitment to fight for working people, and that must always be at the heart of our Labour Party. Before I go into a bit more detail of the political situation we currently find ourselves in, I want to just pause for a moment and remember all those that we have lost from the wider movement over the past year. And in particular, I think of a good friend of mine, someone that I was very honoured that used to call me son, and that was our very own Bob Gillespie. And our thoughts are with him and his family and his comrades and friends right across the whole of Scotland. One of the downsides although Bob might have thought it was an upside, of the ban on the Corex boards going on the lampposts was that it didn't give Bob the opportunity to sneak out every 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning at the time of the election with his little ladder to get all the Corex boards up. And I'm sure he was probably guilty of taking down some Corex boards, some other political parties as well, but the less said about that, the better. But he will be fondly remembered in particular by his Labour colleagues in Glasgow, but I know by so many people in this room today. But the Labour movement not only shares a history, we share a vision for the future. And I want to reaffirm a commitment today, a commitment I've made throughout my time as leader of the Scottish Labour Party, and that is that I will never lose sight of that fundamental relationship with the trade union movement. I will always fight alongside you, and that means from the picket lines to the Parliament. The Scottish Labour Party I lead doesn't think about whether our elected members should join picket lines. I expect my shadow cabinet, I expect my MSPs, I expect my councillors, I expect, hopefully, many MPs to be joining the front line, joining picket lines, listening to the concerns of the workers and standing in solidarity with them. And that is more important now than ever before, as the cost of living crisis causes destitution and public services fight for survival, and while Scotland has 2 failing governments. You have an SNP unwilling to stand up for workers and a Tory party that have launched a full-scale and deliberate and vicious attack on hard-fought and hard-won workers' rights. So it once again falls on Labour to stand up for the cause of working people. But I know it's not just enough to just show that the SNP and the Tories deserve to lose. That's the easy part of politics, calling out the negatives of other political parties. What my party has to do, the Labour Party has to do, is we have to demonstrate not why others deserve to lose, we have to demonstrate why we deserve to win. And we need to show that we can deliver the change that Scotland needs and that we can deliver the change that working people need across this country. And I know that we can't deliver that without the trade union movement by our side, because this is how we've always achieved progress in this country. The political and the industrial wings of our movement fighting together to deliver the transformative programme and radical policies of any future Labour government. And Labour governments that stand up for workers, fight poverty, rebuild public services, because that is the change that Scotland needs both in Westminster and in Holyrood, and that change is now more urgent than ever before. Because the story of the last decade has been one of failure from governments both north and south of the border. And it is invariably workers that bear the brunt. Abandoned during the cost of living crisis, the biggest cost of living crisis in decades, and forced to go above and beyond to keep public services going in the face of brutal austerity. Facing declining pay as a direct result of a disastrous economic mismanagement. And Congress, I don't need to tell you that 13 years of this economically illiterate, morally bankrupt, corrupt Tory government has left us all poorer. And the sooner we get rid of the full shower, the better. They have let prices soar while wages and growth stall. Inflation still above 10% in our country. They have built a low-growth, low-pay economy. And they have literally robbed money from the pockets of working people and drained them from the very public services we rely on, whilst handing out billions of pounds in PPE contracts to their pals. And as is so often the case, it is women that are paying the highest price for government failure. Hit hardest by low pay and austerity, forced to carry the added burdens and navigate needless barriers. And I think also true to say that for so many families that are struggling to put food on the table, it's so often the mums that are skipping meals in order to feed their children. That should never be happening anywhere in the world, and it certainly should be happening in one of what was so-called successful economies in the world. And that's true across the board, whether it's women, disabled people, ethnic minorities, LGBT people, entrenched inequality and historic inequality that has been exacerbated by divisive and damaging government. But our trade unions are at the forefront of the light and the fight for liberation and equality, defending and advancing human rights for all. So of course the Tories are attacking workers' rights in a desperate attempt to distract from their own failures. And after treating workers with utter contempt during pay negotiations, they are now resorting to trying to rob workers of their fundamental right to strike. This draconian new law is a shameful attack on everything we stand for in this room, and it is the last gasp of a dying Tory government trying to mask the consequences of their own dire record. There are no depths they won't sink to as they scramble to protect themselves and their chums and try and hold on to power. Because this is a party devoid of any shame, devoid of any integrity, and devoid of decency. And they are deliberately riding roughshod over the standards we are supposed to live by and shredding the very fabric of our United Kingdom. But there is a reason that they are so desperate, because they know their time is running out. Change is coming, and it's coming in the form of a Labour government. So let me say once again, no ifs, no buts, no maybes. The next UK Labour government will scrap the Tories' despicable anti-trade union legislation, and we will undo the damage done over decades of Tory misrule, of brutal cuts, low pay and attacks on workers. Not just this piece of draconian legislation, but we should be removing all pieces of draconian anti-trade union legislation. We will put an end to their ideologically driven campaign to vandalise workers' rights and undermine our movement. And that's just the start. Because it's not enough just to try and salvage what the Tories have trashed. We need to strengthen workers' rights at every opportunity. And we need to respond to our changing economy and the new challenges we face. And that's exactly what Labour will do. I know you heard from our fantastic UK Deputy Leader, Angela Rayner, yesterday, as she set out a new deal for workers, banning bogus self-employment, finally ending zero-hour contracts, making sure workers have full employment rights from day one, including sick pay, holiday pay and paternal leave, and finally scrapping the scandal that is fire and rehire once and for all. Delivering full rights to flexible working as a default with time for caring responsibilities, and deliver sector-wide government-backed negotiations between employers and unions to set minimum pay rates and basic conditions. That is the difference a Labour government will make. We will strengthen the rights the Tories attacked, and we will also seek cooperation where Tories sought conflict. We will be on the side of workers when the Tories were on the side of big business and bad bosses. We have the bold, radical policies needed in these desperate times. So let's look at another plank of Labour's plan, the Green Prosperity Plan. It will deliver where both the Tories and the SNP have failed, supporting the jobs, the industries and the opportunities of the future, so that green and growth go together hand in hand, and that the just transition becomes more than just a buzzword or a fancy phrase for governments to use. It will provide billions of pounds of green investment and unleash Scotland's potential as a world leader in renewables and a game-changing publicly owned GB energy company, meaning that we don't just nationalise the losses, that we nationalise the profits of those energy companies across the country as well. Our energy in our own hands, lowering bills, tackling emissions, creating jobs and providing energy security, because that's the change that Scotland and the UK needs. But there's only one way to deliver a Labour government, and that's by voting for it. We can kick the Tories out of Downing Street. We can lock them out at the next election. And this will happen by people across the UK uniting to boot out these morally bankrupt charlatans and elect a Labour government instead. And we can call time on this Tory circus altogether. Because it's not just enough to oppose the Tories, we need to get rid of the Tories. It's not enough just to oppose the draconian trade union legislation, we need to scrap the draconian trade union legislation. It's not enough just to criticise their record of failure, we have to end their record of failure. And there's only one party that ultimately can do that, and that's the Labour Party. Now, the SNP might say the right things, but they don't have the ability or the will to kick the Tories out of office. Because tragically for the Nationalists, the Tories are in many ways the gift that keeps on giving, fanning the flames of division and providing cover for their own failures here in Scotland. They allow the SNP to stick to the pathetic ambition of only ever needing to be slightly better than the Tories. Well, Scotland has much better ambitions and higher ambitions than just being slightly better than the Tories. And the truth is that we need true friends of our trade union movement, both in terms of the UK government, but also in terms of the Scottish government. Because if you scratch the surface of the SNP, you will find something that is not all that different from the Tories. This past year, they have forced thousands of workers into industrial action to defend their pay and conditions during the worst cost of living crisis in decades. And time again, we saw them approach pay negotiations with moves straight out of the Tory playbook. While they often talk left, they also often act right. They promise to stand up for Scotland, but they sell its assets off on the cheap. And let me give you one practical example of that. The ScotWind project, a new project that should have set the tone for our just transition to net zero, which was instead turned into a farce where we sold Scotland's seabed off for the cheap to private companies, multinational companies with dodgy human rights record, and often to publicly owned companies of other governments rather than publicly owned companies here. Scottish supply chains, Scottish companies and Scottish jobs should have been at the heart of any deal, but they were barely an afterthought. And this isn't the first time. We've had Scottish bridges built with Chinese steel, Scottish wind farms built with Indonesian turbines, Scottish ferries built in Poland and Turkey. It's the same story over and over. Scottish assets sold off for the cheap, Scottish workers sold out. And every single time they ignore the voices of trade unions who in that process call out the consequences of those dire actions. And let's look at the National Care Service, a principle that Scottish Labour has championed for well over a decade, side by side with our trade union movement. A principle that has been made a mockery of within months. Not a National Care Service, but a National Commissioning Service. And it's a shambles that no one has asked for, and it has been a shameless power grab by a centralising government. But if the SNP had listened to the voices in this room, if they had listened to our trade union colleagues, we could have had something truly transformative and radical. A national care service that raises the bar across Scotland, that delivers for workers and delivers quality care for service users. And there's a lot we need to do to get social care back on track and to deliver that national care service worthy of the name. But there is one simple thing that we can do to transform the service right now. Attracting the staff is almost impossible. Retaining the staff is an ongoing challenge. People feeling valued every day for that life-saving work they do has become an absolute necessity. And that's why it's not just enough for us to say that we'll have an ambition to raise the pay to £12 an hour for our social care workers. We must full-heartedly back the fight for 15 and make sure we deliver £15 an hour for our social care staff, recognising the incredible work they do every single day. And tackling the social care workforce crisis, failing to do so has wreaked havoc with services falling and piling on pressure on our NHS. But as both Health Secretary and as First Minister, Humza Yousaf has refused to do that action, giving social care workers a pitiful pay rise in terms of a few pence per hour. And frankly, we must do better than that, what they describe as the most progressive leader they could find. For almost 16 years now, the SNP has led Scotland into managed decline. I want us to be maximising Scotland's potential, not managing its decline. And while only half of the party preaches against Tory cuts in Westminster, the other is slashing local council budgets across the country. The hypocrisy is breathtaking. Each and every single one of you will see it from your own local authorities. A government taking a cut from Westminster, multiplying it by 4 and delivering it to local authorities across the country. £6 billion and counting taken out of council budgets, core council budgets, over the last 10 years, pushing lifeline local services to the brink of collapse and putting thousands of jobs on the line. This year alone, the budget cuts in local authorities means we could lose over 7,000 council jobs. That's thousands of people facing job losses as a direct result of the decisions made by an SNP Green government. And while the Tories drove the UK economy into the ground, the SNP have made things even worse here in Scotland, because economic growth has lagged behind the rest of the UK, and it's workers that are paying the price. Wages in Scotland have grown at the slowest rate of any UK nation, and working age poverty has risen faster than any other part of the UK. Over the last decade, the number of working age people in poverty in Scotland has soared by a fifth. That's an extra 125,000 people in poverty. And as the cost of living pain hits, it's getting even more acute. But just like the Tories, their response to shoring bills was too little and too late. The SNP record in government is one of failure, is one of spin rather than substance, but that spin has got nowhere else to go. We have to look at the cold, hard facts. In a country as successful as ours, 1 in 4 children are in poverty. In a country as successful as ours, 1 in 7 Scots are stuck on an NHS waiting list. Real wages lower today in 2023 than they were in 2010. A secretive government descending into chaos and division at a time when we require new leadership, new hope, new energy and new ideas. When we need a government focused on the people's priorities and taking on the twin crises of the cost of living crisis and the NHS crisis. So I can understand why people across Scotland are frustrated with politics. I can completely understand why people across Scotland are not willing to accept the status quo. And I can completely understand why people across this country don't want continuity, they want change. They want a fresh start. They want a clean break from the broken politics of the past. And it's on us, the Labour Party, to present that clean break and that fresh start, so that people can put trust in change once again. And that's why we are fighting to win again, not aspiring to be a Labour Party that competes for second place, but a Labour Party that competes to be in first place, so we can put our values into practice and change people's lives. And we've already demonstrated how we can do that in opposition. On the windfall tax, on the energy price freeze, on the rent freeze, we demanded better for working people, and we won. So comrades, if we can do those things in opposition, just think what we could do in government. Because change is possible. This isn't as good as it gets. We can build a better future. We can finally get rid of this Tory government, and we can have a government here in Scotland that delivers on the priorities of working people. Gone is the politics where you have two political parties that seek to divide our countries and pit Scot against Scot, community against community, worker against worker. And once again, we can have a politics in this country that puts community with community, stands workers shoulder to shoulder, and delivers for working people across the country. That is the opportunity that now faces us ahead. Change is coming, change is possible, but it's only possible if we stand shoulder to shoulder in that fight to build a better, fairer, greener Scotland, and to build a better, fairer, greener United Kingdom. And that's a journey that I look forward to going on with this movement so we can deliver change together. Thank you.
Thank you, Anas, for your contribution to Congress. Would just like to offer you a small token. Congress, I am conscious, as I said, that there were changes to the agenda, so just for any maybe delegates that have came in late, we're now at section 9, the international session. We've heard motions 99 and 106, but we're going to go back now and bring in composites P, which is solidarity with Palestine. And I'm going to invite Dundee Trades Union Council to move the motion, and delighted my good comrade Jim Malone to move this on behalf of Dundee Trades Council. Thank you, Jim.
Thanks, sister. The sore throat is down to your night out last night. Dundee TUC, Jim Malone, raising composite P, moving it. President Chair, sister comrades, firstly can I recognise and thank the members of the group that we went over to Palestine with back in November, my good sister Denise Christie, Jesus Pete Shears, Fife Pete Stewart, and my good comrade Mike Arnott. Our delegation arrived in Israel the day after the general election, an election when a legal fascist settler movement helped form the most extreme right-wing government in Israel's history, led by the godfather, of course, of Israeli apartheid, Benjamin Netanyahu. For my fellow delegates, it was the first visit to Palestine. For mine, it was the 7th visit. And frankly, it was the most harrowing. During the previous visits, I've obviously witnessed the occupation, its continuing brutality. In our delegation, we witnessed the immediate aftermath of a vicious assault in our twin city, Nablus. We experienced constant surveillance by the IOF drones, and we were treated pretty roughly at Ben Gurion and Tel Aviv airport. However, our experience was short. It lasted a week. A week living in a society scarred by settler fascist violence, incarceration, military occupation, ethnic cleansing, pogroms, and an apartheid system enforced by an extreme right-wing and racist Israeli government. Comrades, it's fitting that the composite is moved by Dundee Trades Council. Our movement in this city has led the way in supporting the rights of Palestinian people. The Trade Union Friends of Palestine was formed and founded in the city in 1979. The year after, in 1980, Dundee became the first city in the world to twin with the Palestinian city, our brothers and sisters in Nablus. 2 years ago, Dundee also became the first city in Scotland to recognise the state of Palestine. Dundee Trades Council delegation in November was a first. Our Secretary, Mike Arnott, signed a solidarity agreement with the General Secretary of the PGFTU, Brother Shahid Sahir, and we today urge the STUC General Council to explore signing a similar agreement with our Palestinian brothers and sisters. In Dundee, we recognise the threat posed by fascism. In 1936, brothers and sisters from the city went and fought Franco in Spain. In the Second World War, the men and women of this city, at home and abroad, fought the fascists from Germany, Italy and Japan. After the Second World War, we stood up with the South African people to oppose apartheid. We housed Chilean refugees from Pinochet's coup in 1973. And now we stand in solidarity with the Palestinians fighting apartheid in their homeland. The political class stand in isolation, comrades. Our movement expects the Tories to roll out the red carpet for Netanyahu and his allies. It is frankly, however, an absolute disgrace that the leader of the Labour Party appeases apartheid. Starmer's intolerance towards anti-Zionist socialist Jews in the Labour Party stands in stark contrast to his appeasement towards the illegal fascist settler-led Israeli government. Since our delegation left Dundee's twin city for Ramallah on the 7th of November, the attacks by the Israeli occupation forces have intensified. 43 citizens in Nablus have been killed. The oldest was 71, the youngest was 12. Over 1,200 Nablus citizens have been injured since we left, many of them seriously injured and still receiving hospital treatment. As recently as Sunday, 10 young Nablus citizens, men, were taken from their house and incarcerated by the Israeli military. The political class, of course, stays silent, comrades, as any hope of Palestinian statehood disappears under the ongoing Israeli illegal occupation. But comrades, we do not stay silent. We do not stay silent. The message we send today will be heard far and wide. Scotland's trade unions stand united in solidarity with Palestine. I move.
Thank you, Jim. And can I call on the FBU to second? Thank you.
President, Congress, Barry McCourt, Fire Brigade Union, and this is my first Congress and my first speech. It's widely accepted across our movement that the people of Palestine are being held in conditions of apartheid, while UK politicians still choose to turn a blind eye to the state oppression, murder and theft of the Palestine land. The international trade union movement must not. The FBU is proud to have led the way in showing practical solidarity with the people of Palestine. In 1982, Ken Cameron, our previous General Secretary, took one of the first resolutions to the TUC condemning Israel's brutal invasion of Lebanon and called for the rights of the Palestinian people to self-determination within an independent sovereign state to be recognised. Since then, we have stood firm in the international solidarity. Projects run by the FBU in Scotland, alongside the Dundee Trade Union Council and the Palestinian General Federation of Trade Unions, as well as others across FBU regions in the UK, has seen Palestinian firefighters brought to Scotland for training in breathing apparatus, firefighting and specialist water rescue. We have also secured and delivered firefighting equipment, and previously our members drove 2 fire appliances from Scotland all the way to Palestine to donate to the firefighters and the people living in the occupied territories. I am proud to be here today following the announcement by our delegates that joined by the Dundee Trades Union Council visiting Nablus in 2022 that we have now secured a 3rd fire appliance and more firefighting equipment to be donated to the people of Palestine early next year. Congress, I urge you to support this composite motion, support practical solidarity with the people of Palestine. Free Palestine, I second.
Thank you, comrade. And Congress, in line with standing orders that were moved and agreed last night, I'm now going to call for any opposing speakers. Is there any opposition from the floor? No. Thank you, Congress. I'm now going to move to the vote. So it's composite P, solidarity with Palestine. General Council position is to recommend support. All those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? Thank you, Congress. Composite P is carried. Now, we're going to move now to composite Q, war in Ukraine. And again, I would ask delegates to be mindful of the changes under standing orders. Thank you. I'll invite Aberdeen Trades Union Council to move the composite motion. Thank you.
I'm Mike Martin from Aberdeen Trades Union Council. You'll have seen the General Council statement on Ukraine. I won't talk about that. I'll just say that you don't put out a fire in your neighbour's house by pouring petrol on it. Also, what you're about to hear is from my belief in the Chinese saying, derive truth from facts. And please check out everything that I'll say to you, because it's important we establish the facts. In order to end this war and minimize the suffering and death of the Ukrainian and Russian peoples, it is urgently necessary that we understand how we arrived at this moment. Only then we can navigate a way out. Today, we are witnessing how war breeds fear, hatred, and jingoism, with the flames often being fanned by our own politicians and the one-dimensional dominant media that we have here. This conflict has the potential to spiral out of control and bring the United States and Russia, who together account for 90% of all nuclear warheads, into direct conflict. Therefore, we urgently call on all parties to immediately pursue a diplomatic resolution to this conflict. Now, more than ever, the priority should be peace. A call supported by many, well, hundreds of thousands, if not millions, across Europe, and a substantial majority in the global south. As reflected, if you look at the UN votes and global opinion polls collated by Cambridge University researchers, you will see how different the view of this conflict is from the global south. On the 24th of February 2022, the Russian Federation launched a military intervention into Ukraine, marking a serious escalation of the civil war in eastern Ukraine, which broke out in early 2014. We oppose the unilateral use of force against any sovereign state in contravention of the UN Charter and international law. At the same time, we recognize that the current crisis is the outcome of a decades-long policy of eastward expansion of the NATO military alliance, the consequences of which were rightly warned against in advance by leading figures in the US policy establishment. In 1990, the US and Western governments made repeated assurance to the disintegrating Soviet Union at the time that, in the words of Secretary of State James Baker, NATO would not expand, quote, 1 inch eastward from Germany. However, since that time, NATO has added 14 countries to its membership, primarily in Eastern Europe. Major figures within the US policy establishment have repeatedly warned that the expansion of NATO would provoke Russia and inevitably lead to war. What does that mean? Sorry. And current CIA Director William Burns called it a red line issue. Successive US administrations ignored these warnings about Russia's security concerns, continuing NATO's reckless, dangerous march to the east. Right, this has gone badly. Right, thus far the US and allied governments have eschewed diplomacy in favour of further escalation and intensification of the war. And as Shaz Freeman, US Ambassador to Saudi Arabia, said, everything we're doing, rather than accelerate an end to fighting...
Delegate, I'm sorry, but can you...
Yeah, I'll just say that look to the recent agreement between Saudi Arabia and Iran, re-establishing diplomatic relations. We can do this. The will has to be there.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you. I'm now going to invite Clydesbank Trades Union Council to second the composite motion. Thank you, Delegate.
Comrades, Tom Morrison, Clydesbank Trade Union Council. And because of the time restrictions, I'm just going to refer to, very briefly, to the General Council statement on Ukraine. I'll refer you to the second last paragraph. It says, the General Council reiterates its opposition to direct NATO intervention in the war. This would deepen and widen the crisis and increase suffering. Comrades, there's no would about it. The leaks of the last few days have confirmed what we all knew anyway, that NATO is involved. NATO boots are on the ground. So this statement is inaccurate. And we would call upon you to support the composite. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Delegate. Again, going back to standing orders agreed last night, I'm going to ask if there's any opposition. Thank you.
John Dennis, Dumfries and Galloway Trade Union Council, speaking in support of the General Council's statement and for Ukraine solidarity. The key issue here is to support the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian trade union movement. They know what the Russian forces have done in Syria. They have seen what the Wagner group has got up to. They've seen the Russian Air Force barrel bombing civilian targets in Syria. They have seen the massacres in Bucha and Mariupol. Russian imperialism is in the Donbass since 2014 on the same pretext that Hitler used in the Sudetenland, some sort of spurious suppression of Russian people. We have to learn from history. The ceasefire, a ceasefire now is no solution, will have no support from the Ukrainian people. Putin will be back for more. He took the Crimea first, then he moved into the Donbass, now he's back for more. Stopping arms from this country and from the NATO countries, and in no way do we support NATO, but we just have to look at history, look at Spain, what happened there when arms to the Republican government were blocked by the Western powers, whereas the fascists were allowed free rein to bring in arms and the most up-to-date technology from Germany and Italy. We only need to look at who is waiting in the wings to sell out the Ukrainian people. It's Trump. Reject the composite, support the General Council paper.
Thank you, John. We have the capacity for one more speaker if it's in opposition. Thank you.
Congress President Jim Baxter from ASLEF speaking against composite coup but in support of the General Council statement. Congress, there can be no doubt that those who suffer most in time of war are always the working class. When two states are in conflict, it is always workers pointing guns at each other. This means that the trade union movement must always resist and do all it can to prevent conflict. However, Congress, this is not always possible. And our movement has another strong and proud tradition, that of fighting imperialism. Let us be clear, you do not have to be a cheerleader for NATO to realise that the blame for this conflict in Ukraine sits squarely with Putin and his imperialistic attempts to invade another sovereign state. We must not be swayed by the false equivalencies, and we cannot be tempted to fall for Putin's propaganda. When a sovereign democratic state is invaded by an autocratic and authoritarian bully like Putin, we must always stand in solidarity with the oppressed and against, and always in opposition to the aggressor. So Congress, we can be opposed to any expansion of NATO without saying that this is to blame for Russia's invasion. And we can oppose the Tory government's failings to deal with the cost of living crisis without believing it is wrong to support Ukraine's defence. Sadly, this composite fails to do this. What is this Labour movement, if it's not both proudly internationalist and proudly anti-imperialist? Solidarity with the people of Ukraine in their fight against the invasion and for self-determination. Conference reject the composite, support the General Council statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Congress, I'm now going to call on the General Secretary to move the statement on Comp Q. Thank you, Ross.
Thank you, President. Congress, the General Council is asking you to adopt the General Council statement on Ukraine, which was circulated to you all yesterday afternoon. We recognise that those proposing the composite have good intentions and genuinely believe that the actions they propose in the motion are the best route to peace. But I would also remind Congress that we've all stood together, including many of those proposing composite Q, in opposition to the illegal invasion of Iraq and supporting the legitimate rights of the Kurdish people, even when Western governments failed them, and in supporting the Palestinian people in the face of the illegal occupation by the State of Israel. We've been consistently prepared to campaign together against the actions of our own government and its allies, and to stand up for the rights of the invaded and the occupied, wherever this has occurred across the world. Well, Congress, today's invaded and occupied are the Ukrainian people, and we must stand with them. Your General Council stands in solidarity with the Ukrainian people for exactly the same reasons as we stand with other victims of illegal and immoral wars. We support their acts of self-defence for exactly the same reason, and we call for practical solidarity for exactly the same reason. We stand with the independent unions of Ukraine and the workers of that country. We understand and share the aspiration for a negotiated peace, and we also recognise that the path towards a fair peace is incredibly difficult to achieve. But we do not believe that withdrawal of support, including that provided by NATO countries, would bring a fair peace any closer, because it would in fact further increase the suffering of the Ukrainian people. It would reduce the capacity for Ukrainian self-defence. It would weaken, beyond any reasonable doubt, their capacity to negotiate for peace from a position of strength. And just to be clear, and as the General Council statement says, we reject any equivalence between the invader and the invaded. However, the General Council's position should in no way be interpreted as open-ended support for NATO action. Our statement explicitly reiterates our opposition to direct military intervention by NATO, which would be an escalation and would absolutely risk more rather than less suffering. And there is nothing inaccurate about us adopting that view. So we continue to urge members to support the actions proposed by the ITUC in support of the work of the Free Unions of Ukraine. We continue to support all efforts to provide refuge for the Ukrainian people who are forced to flee Russian aggression. And we continue to demand the same support for other victims of war and repression across this globe. Finally, Congress, the General Council placed once again on record our absolute disgust at the UK's asylum policy. We condemn the rank hypocrisy of the Westminster Government in its treatment of different nationalities and its indifference to their human rights. So, Congress, for all these reasons, I urge you to support the General Council's statement. Thank you, Congress.
Thank you, Ros. Congress, there has been opposition, so I invite the mover, Aberdeen Trades Union Council, for the right to reply. Thank you, Delegate.
As I said, you do not put the fire, if your neighbour's house is on fire, you do not put it out by pouring petrol on it. And this is what is happening by the United States in particular, and the UK and other NATO countries continuing to supply enormous quantities of weaponry to the Ukrainian forces. The Russian Federation indicated what its red lines were in November 2021, and their request to discuss with the United States in particular the future of Crimea and the Lugansk and Donetsk People's Republics were simply ignored. And prior to the so-called special military operation undertaken on the 24th of February, the Ukrainian army was massing in order to reintegrate the Lugansk and Donetsk People's Republics. Please check that out. I absolutely oppose what the Russian Federation did, because I knew from that point onwards everything would go badly.
Apologies, Delegate, that was the weekly fire alarm, so apologies for that. There's no need to evacuate.
Okay, is there a need for me to finish and go away? So, I would say Russia, if it was told that we need a settlement, we need to do this, then obviously if you looked at the Minsk II agreement, which kind of guaranteed or should have guaranteed the security of the Lugansk and Donetsk People's Republics, still within Ukraine's borders. But understand this, the Minsk agreement
Delegate, sorry, I'm going to need to ask you
to... All right, sorry.
No, I wanted to give you the benefit of the doubt because you were interrupted, but...
All right, okay, you want me to go?
In essence, yes.
Oh.
Thank you, Delegate. And Congress, please be aware that we recognise the sensitivities and the feel and the passion around the room around this composite. But I'm now going to move to the vote. And so we are listening to Composite Q, War in Ukraine. I would advise Congress that the General Council is recommending that we adopt the statement that General Secretary has moved, but to make you aware that if that is supported, then composite Q would fall. So can I ask for us to move to the vote on the General Council statement? All those in favour? Thank you, delegates. All those against? Any abstentions? Congress, the General Council statement is now adopted and policy composite Q has fallen. Thank you, delegates, for your contributions during that debate. Thank you. Congress, we have heard motion 99 and we've also heard motion 106. So we'll now move to motion 107, the Aukus pact, and I'm going to invite Aberdeen Trades Union Council to move the motion. Thank you.
Yeah, Mike Martin again. The Aukus pact is a military partnership between the United Kingdom, the United States and Australia, signed in September 2021 and billed as a landmark defence and security partnership. Its key military focus centres on the development of joint capabilities, technology sharing, deeper integration of security and defence. It's been justified on the basis of upholding rules-based order, yet the treaty actually undermines the rules of international law. In particular, the spreading of nuclear technology, which is at the heart of the deal. Brothers and sisters will know that the US and UK are collaborating with Australia to provide the Australian Navy with nuclear-powered submarines. Currently, only 6 countries, all nuclear weapon states, have nuclear-powered submarines. Australia will become the 7th and the first non-nuclear weapon state to acquire nuclear reactors to power submarines. This risks nuclear proliferation and is actually a breach of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, because the fuel for the nuclear reactors is highly enriched uranium, and the Non-Proliferation Treaty, although it permits the exchange of civil nuclear technology, it stipulates that it must be for peaceful purposes. This exchange of technology is not peaceful. I will go straight to the essence of this, the meaning of the Aukus pact. It's actually aimed, first of all, Indonesia and Malaysia have raised concerns about the pact because they do not want to see a regional arms race among the Pacific nations. And there's also a history of nuclear testing in the Pacific, undertaken by the British and later the French. And that means that those nations have opted to declare areas of the Pacific nuclear-free zones. We all know, because of the public statements made by various leaders, political leaders, that the Aukus Pact is directed, it's really a military escalation against China. because everywhere you go, it's always China this and China that. And the reality is that it fuels an arms race in the Pacific. China is increasing its military expenditure to match the threats which it's faced with. China has one overseas military base. The United States, and that's in Djibouti, United States has 800, 400 of which are in successive island chains in the Pacific facing China. We have much more to gain by not joining military pacts and not threatening other powers. It cuts across welfare provision, it cuts across
Delegate,
combating
I am sorry,
climate
keep it round up.
change.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd now like to call for a seconder for the motion. We're on motion 107. Formally, thank you. Can I now ask if there is any opposition to motion 107? Thank you, Delegate.
President Conference, Mary Mulligan, GMB, speaking in opposition to the motion. In times of such international crisis, it is misguided to suggest the agreement between Australia, the UK and the US will escalate international tensions when it is, above all, a defensive alliance, a deterrent designed to protect peace and provide stability. The new generation of submarines being built for the Royal Australian Navy will not raise the stakes in the Indo-Pacific, but instead place a simple restraint on hostile and dangerous regimes which have shown a disregard for human rights and workers' rights. If, as this motion suggests, this agreement will increase the tensions in the Indo-Pacific, why do so many of the region's nations support it? The Prime Minister of Japan, for example, believes it will contribute to the peace and stability of the Indo-Pacific region amidst an increasing severe security environment. In addition, for the UK to have such a leading role in building these boats can only strengthen our ties with Australia and the US. Here in the UK, the multi-billion-pound agreement to help build those new submarines, which are of course nuclear-powered, not nuclear-armed, will create and protect highly skilled unionised jobs in this country until the end of the century. And the sheer scale of work will mean knock-on benefits will inevitably spread beyond Barrow to Scotland and across Britain. Away from the yards, thousands more jobs will be created in UK supply chains. GMB and affiliates
Delegate,
in
sorry, can I
Confederation
ask you to wind up, please?
Of shipbuilding. GMB Scotland is asking to oppose the motion. The UK's defensive pact between Australia, UK and the US will not increase international tensions but ease those tensions. We oppose.
Thank you, Delegate. Elaine, are you speaking in opposition on behalf of Unite? Thank you.
President, Congress, Elaine Dougal, Unite Scotland, opposing motion 107 from Aberdeen Trades Council, Aukus Pact. Congress, Unite represents hundreds of thousands of highly skilled people working in the defence and allied industries in Scotland and across the UK. These jobs are well paid and are critical to the local, regional and national economies. The defence industry is a major employer and trainer of apprentices and recruits thousands of graduates that are critical to the future of the UK economy as well as the defence industry. Unite will fight without reservation or hesitation to defend every last job of our members in the defence industry. Therefore, we will not support a motion which, if enacted upon, could have a severe impact on the continued employment and future skills of workers in these communities, where swathes of local areas are dependent upon these contracts. Unite welcomes the announcement that future SSNR Aukus submarines will be built in the UK at Barrow and Adelaide, Australia, using US technology and nuclear engines from Rolls-Royce and Derby. Unite has already built good relations with our sister unions in Australia and the US, and will continue to make sure that the workload is shared with workers, and wherever they are, they'll be treated fairly, with respect across the supply chains and free from exploitation. It's now vital the government works with the industry and unions to develop a national manufacturing apprenticeship programme, ensuring we have the required skills and the next generation to deliver these projects. Please oppose this motion.
Thank you, Elaine. Thanks for your contribution. Congress, we're on motion 107. There has been opposition. The mover has the right to reply. You're going to wear the carpet out here this morning. Thank you. I'm saying you're wearing the carpet out this morning.
Yeah, don't worry, this is the last you'll hear from me today. These are obviously the GMB and the Unite have expressed sectoral interests, and I would say that, if every right to do that, of course, but these are short-term considerations in the sense that it will be absolutely disastrous if the United States and its allies in the Pacific go to war over principally the Taiwan question, because that is what is being talked about. That would mean a war on a scale which will make Ukraine look like a sideshow. Now, and there's a lot of opposition within Australia to this enormously expensive implications of the Aukus pact. If we decide to dump the Aukus pact and go in a different direction, which is maximum cooperation with China and all other states, legitimate states on the face of the planet, in order to combat climate change, you will get masses of orders for Rolls-Royce, for British Aerospace, for the type of technology which is needed to combat climate change. China has the most extensive and renewables programs of any country on the face of the planet, and its economic progress is being jeopardized by this talk of war coming from leading United States military people. One of them was saying that we will be probably at war with China over Taiwan in 2025. That's just one quote. We do not want to go in this direction. Rolls-Royce and British Aerospace have a marvellous future if we pursue
Mike,
the
sorry,
solution
can I
to
ask you to
climate
wind up,
change.
please?
All the technology that would require is
Thank you. Thank you. Congress, can I call for a seconder to the motion? We're on motion number 108, FIFA World Cup. No, sorry, I've lost my place. Apologies.
We're moving to the vote on 107.
Apologies, Mike. We're on 107. There was opposition, so thanks for your contribution. We're now going to move to the vote. The General Council's position is to support 107. All those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? I'm going to call that again. If I can ask delegates to please put your hands right up. So all those in favour? Okay, card vote. Thank you, delegates. Delegates, can I ask you to stay in your seats and to assist the tellers? This will be card vote number 2. Can I take the card votes first of all for those supporting motion 107? So if you could hold your card votes high, please, just to assist the tellers. Card vote 2. Thank you, delegates. Thank you, delegates. Can I ask now for the delegates in opposition to 107? Again, it's card vote 102, 107. Please show. Are you opposing? Thank you, delegates. Any abstentions? It's important. It's a big area to cover. Is that it? Has everybody had the chance? Thank you for that. Any abstentions? If you just put your card votes high up in the air. Is that all the card votes been submitted? Thank you, delegates. The card votes will be counted out of the hall. We will move forward with the business of today. So I'm now going to call motion 108, FIFA World Cup, and I'm going to invite Aberdeen Trades Union Council to move the motion.
President, Congress, it's us again. Scott Sutherland, Aberdeen Trade Union Council. This motion just seeks to consolidate the Qatar resolution which we adopted in Aberdeen last year. I know the Football World Cup's now over, but the legacy of the tournament remains. FIFA and the Qatari authorities want us to remember this legacy, and according to them, a major global sporting event to be proud of. However, we remember the legacy for different reasons. Are they also proud of an atrocious human rights record, homophobia, transphobia, sexism, lack of democracy? To all these questions and more, we still require answers. In addition, we'll never forget in excess of 6,500 building workers unnecessarily killed during the construction of the football stadia. Innocent workers forced to work in extreme heat with negligent health and safety provisions by the employer and forced to live in dangerous substandard accommodation. Our legacy must be to organise and support the destitute families of all the workers killed. We cannot afford to forget them. In conclusion, we call on the STUC General Council to raise the profile of this matter and apply relevant pressure on all those concerned. Instead of boasting about a billionaire football tournament, FIFA and the Qatari authorities must work with all parties, including the trade union movement, to identify all the families involved and left behind,
assess and compensate all the families involved in order to provide financial assistance, and ensure there is no repetition of the disastrous Qatari event, bearing in mind that Saudi Arabia is now being touted as a venue for a future World Cup. Thank you. Move motion 108. Please support.
Thank you, Delegate. Can I call for a seconder for motion 108? Thank you.
President, Congress, Tory Calera, Unison Scotland, happy to second motion 108. The 2022 FIFA World Cup has come at a huge cost to migrant workers. Qatar relied on 2 million migrant workers, 95% of Qatar's labour force, to complete its huge infrastructure projects. This motion quite rightly calls for recompense for those who were killed or injured. I think we need to be a bit more ambitious and call for recompense for those who have experienced ruthless exploitation, including LGBT+ migrant workers who endured added discrimination at the hands of Qatar's security services. For years, Unison has supported the Play Fair Qatar campaign and worked in partnership with the Building and Woodworkers International, BWI, Global Union Federation, to successfully demand changes to Qatar's labour laws. With pressure from the international trade union movement, Qatar has made key reforms to its labour laws, including reforming the kafala system. However, many employers still continue to exploit and abuse workers with impunity. As businesses involved in the building infrastructure pack up and head home, thousands of migrant workers now find themselves stranded, far from home and family, often burdened with debt, to exploitative employers who charge them illegal recruitment fees and withheld wages. Unison Assistant General Secretary Liz Snape said, "Whatever your opinion of the Qatar World Cup, what it shows is that campaigning works. When Unison began working in Qatar in 2015, we would never have believed it if someone had told us collective effort would result in a revision of labour law and give migrant workers leaders a voice." She also said it's not enough, but it's significant. The most important thing now is what happens after the Games ended. The International Trade Union Movement is calling for Migrant Workers Advice Centre. Please support the call for compensation. Please support the call for a Migrant Working Centre. Please support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. I'm now going to ask, is there any opposition to motion 108? If there is, can I ask delegates to come forward? I can't see anyone indicating, so I'm going to move to the vote on 108 FIFA World Cup. All those in favour, the General Council position recommendation is to support. All those in favour? Thank you. Any against? Any abstentions? Congress and Aberdeen Trade Union Council, I'm delighted to say motion 108 is carried. Thank you. Congress, I have the result of the card vote for motion 107, if you'd like to take note. We had 29 abstentions. Opposition was 469. Support was 633. Motion 107 is carried. Thank you, Congress. I'll now move forward to motion 109 on internationalism and invite the STUC Black Workers Conference to move the motion. Leila, thank you.
Good morning again, Conference, Congress, President, comrades. Roxanne Hill moving motion 109 on internationalism on behalf of the STUC Black Workers Conference. International solidarity has long been at the heart of trade unionism. However, internationalism is more than just solidarity. It means understanding that our struggle is global and we fight the same enemy with different faces on different front lines. We all have a history of coming from elsewhere, and we need to incorporate deeper historical perspectives to include the still felt impacts of European imperialism, colonialism, and the transatlantic slave trade. These themes dramatically shaped the early labour history of many countries, but are often overlooked in accounts of trade union internationalism. This is partly why it's important to recognise the political significance of places like Kurdistan, where the interests of global capital and empire converge and fight over resources and power, which all in turn affects workers across the world. Kurdistan is also a front line for anti-colonial resistance and for women's liberation. If we want to take a strong stance in these subjects at home or globally, we cannot ignore the reality taking place there. With chemical weapons usage by NATO forces against civilians as well as combatants, with rape and gendered violence weaponised against communities, the international silence in the face of the dirty war waged in Kurdistan shows that the interests of capital and power will never speak up for rights or justice, and our only chance is trade union and grassroots solidarity. Continued environmental assaults against native lands of Black and Indigenous people is increasing vulnerability to displacement, statelessness and genocide. All of this cannot be ignored. As a member of the National Union of Journalists, it saddens me to state here that there are at least 23 armed conflicts raging across the world, yet only one conflict is reported daily in the British press, which is namely the war in Ukraine. In November 2022, the UN Secretary Council was told that 37 other humanitarian emergencies that have occurred over the last 12 months arising from conflicts worldwide, include in the Democratic Republic of Congo, have failed to capture the same international attention, outrage, resources and action as that in Ukraine. As we've heard yesterday and today, our crises here and there are a shared crisis. The climate crisis, imperialism, colonialisms, the manufacturing of weapons, race, class, gender and ability is linked to capitalism. And climate justice can only begin to be addressed when we, the industries and the institutions which many of us work in, acknowledge and take action in this. We can't choose which wars we want to be anti-war on. It should never be about just one of us or some of us here. Now's the time for our movement to educate, agitate and organise locally and globally to create a present and a future that doesn't rely on the exploitation of people here, there or elsewhere, that doesn't put our knowledge and our experience above people from elsewhere. It is all of us or none of us, and it is bread for all and roses too. Congress, please support this motion.
Thank you, Leila. I'll call on the NUJ to second.
Thank you, Chair. Congress, Ancoltar National Union of Journalists. I think that the motion that has been written really explains everything. So I did have a speech prepared yesterday, but I just want to say something which is, well, I would like to say I hope everyone has seen Ne Passeran, the movie. It is extremely moving, really is. And there is a little Ne Passeran movement that I and a few other members of the NUJ and elsewhere are involved in, and that's to do with, as we're in the land of sugar love, slavery and sugar love, should I say, in our history, there's a certain well-known firm that has widely available chocolate bars, coffee, baby milk and other products that some of us will not, we're boycotting basically, and this has been going on for 20 years because of a baby milk scandal that we thought was resolved, but is still going on. I don't know if you know about the baby milk scandal, but I won't go into it because I've got the orange light here. But please, we can all do our old Ne Passeran things in our lives and in our unions. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. I'm now going to call if there is any speakers in opposition to the motion. Just again to remind you, it is in line with standing orders that was agreed last night. Is there any opposition from the floor? No? I'm going to move to the vote then, Congress. So we're on motion 109, internationalism. The General Council is recommending support. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Any against? Any abstentions? Congress motion 109 on internationalism is carried. And thank you all for your cooperation in moving that section on the agenda. We're a bit ahead of the business, so we're going to carry on. We're going to move to motion 91, and this is under section 8, equality and social justice. Motion 91, paid employment for people seeking asylum, and I invite Dumfries and Galloway Trades Union Council to move the motion. Thank you.
John Dennis, Dumfries and Galloway Trade Union Council, moving motion 91. Congress, refugees in this country are facing a wave of xenophobia and racism stirred up by the Tory Home Secretary Suella Braverman and her predecessor Priti Patel. We've seen it in Erskine, but it's much worse south of the border. In Carlisle, for example, in March, a group of us from Dumfries and Galloway TUC joined a 100-strong counter-rally called by members of Carlisle TUC and, by the way, boycotted by the local Labour Party. We faced about 250 locals carrying Union Jacks and homemade placards with slogans "Save our city, save our daughters" and "Homes for locals." At that point, there was no obvious involvement of the far-right patriotic alternative yet. This motion is about the waste of human potential by the Tories. Their xenophobic policies force refugees to remain stuck in hotels for many months, forbidden to work, while their asylum applications are held up in the Home Office's bureaucratic procedures. UK-wide, the government have incurred a cost of £3.5 billion in 2022, much of which has gone towards the profits of the Mayors Group, who administer the asylum system, and the hotel chains involved. What you almost never hear from the gutter press or the BBC is that the Tories plunder the overseas aid budget to pay for this, amounting to 1/3 of the total budget. Sunak, as Chancellor in Johnson's government, cut that budget by £4 billion in 2020, and there was a further cut of £500,000 to humanitarian aid in 2021. In the hysteria about the wee boats in the English Channel, you never hear that Britain accepts far less refugees than other similar Western European countries. The UNHCR refugee numbers accepted for 2021 were UK 140,000, France 500,000, Germany 1.3 million. Labour Party policy under Starmer seems to focus on Tory government incompetence and insisting that refugees remain in the first safe countries that they come to. They hope this will play well with Daily Mail and Daily Express readers, but amounts to saying, let others, including poor countries, take refugees, not us. This motion is about pressing the Scottish Government to publicly announce paid training programmes for refugees awaiting asylum decisions. Initially, this could be training to be visiting carers or carers in care homes. Potentially, that could have a fairly swift impact on bed blocking in the NHS in the areas where there are numbers of refugees, which are Glasgow, Renfrewshire, Aberdeen, Fife and Edinburgh. For the Scottish Government, this would fit in well with our fair work principles and the well-being economy, and it would be a win-win situation. Relieving pressures on beds in hospitals would be a great step forward. If Sunak's Tories resort to the courts to stop the training, their racist xenophobia should be exposed for hammering the NHS. In the slightly longer term, refugees could be offered training in house-building trades and retrofitting of insulation. They're all keen to get training for socially useful employment. Please support this motion so that the STUC can put forward these positive proposals to the Scottish Government and publicise their response.
Thank you, John. Do you call on the seconder? Thank you.
Robert Parker, Paisley District Trade Union Council, to support the motion. Just with a couple of points. You're staying in a hotel in Erskine, you're getting £9.10 a week from the government because food's been provided. Some people might not say it's food. That's not enough to actually leave the beautiful banks of the Clyde in Erskine to go any place. We are doing a fundraiser to try and raise money so that some of them can even get to Glasgow to visit lawyers, etc., because they just don't have the money. £9.10 a week, you try and do everything apart from board on that. Support the motion.
Thank you, Delegate. Congress, can I ask if there's any opposition to the motion? I can't see anyone coming forward. I am going to move to the votes, delegates. Motion number 91, paid employment for people seeking asylum. The General Council position is that we're recommending yeah, we'll just move to the vote. Thank you. So it's motion 91, paid employment for people seeking asylum. The General Council position is to recommend support. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Any against? Any abstentions? Congress, paid employment for people seeking asylum is carried. Moving on to motion 92, the right to food. And I'm calling on the Bakers Food and Allied Workers Union to move the motion. Thank you, Sister.
President, Congress, Sarah Woolley, General Secretary of the Bakers Food and Allied Workers Union, moving motion 92 on the right to food. Congress, at a time when our members, food workers, key workers are telling us that they are embarrassed, they no longer ask for friends to come over as they sit in blankets, supermarkets are announcing record profits, putting more cash into the pockets of shareholders and wealthy directors, whilst our members are forced further into poverty and telling us they are cold, they are poor, they are quite isolated, and that their home has become a bit of a prison. Our members, as well as other low-paid groups in society, are disproportionately impacted by the relentless increase in grocery prices. They are being crippled by increases to energy prices on top of wages and terms and conditions being squeezed as their employers are telling them there just isn't enough money for more. We ran a survey in 2021 around the right to food and set out clear demands which you can read on our website. We are calling for a statutory right to food for everyone in our country. The quotes that I have just given are from our most recent survey, which we've not published yet, but it will be out in coming weeks, and will paint a harrowing picture of the situation food workers, our members, are facing. Though through our work with the Food and Work Network, we know the situation spans far further than just in the food industry. Excessive corporate profiteering by UK supermarkets, their power to put pressure on the supply chains, squeezing and eroding terms and conditions of workers, or simply just closing sites has to stop. We need a statutory right to food for everyone. No one should be going to work hungry. Parents shouldn't be going without meals so their children can eat and then having to work 12-hour shifts in a bakery, for example, with empty bellies. No one should be in a position, and I'm going to give you another quote, that where we have blankets on all our chairs to avoid using heating. We have gotten out of bed with hot water bottles in the morning. I earn more than I ever have earned and I still struggle to cover bills. I've even stayed late at work to avoid having to heat the house for longer than I need. Congress, we're in 2023 and this is how workers are living. Please support this motion.
Thank you, Sister. I'd like to call on a seconder for the motion. So we're on motion 92, the right to food. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Conference. Is there any opposition to the motion from the floor? No. I'm going to move to the vote. Motion 92, the right to food. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Any against? Any abstentions? Motion 92 is carried. Thank you, Congress. Moving swiftly on to motion 93, uprating, and I'm going to call on Paisley Trades Union Council to move the motion. Thank you, Delegate.
President, Congress, Mac, Paisley and District Changing Council moving motion 93. One bad day is all it takes for most paid workers to go from paid employment onto benefits. One bad day from managing to get by to barely surviving, and this is not any way to live. Ignore the media and the cronies of the Daily Mail. They don't show the reality of what life is like for people on benefits. In the Welfare Reform Act of 2016, they froze benefits for 4 years, devaluing the safety net for all of us. We've spoken on poverty pay, but not on the miserly benefit system. It takes people even further into debt. Now, I work in the Department of Work and Pensions, so I see the desperation of people every day in my work. What we ask for is simple. We fight for better pay, but let's also fight for an improved benefit system for a good raise for our poorest brothers and sisters, allowing the welfare state to treat people with respect and dignity. DUP has done this in the past. Indeed, it started in 1972 with the Social Security Act, 1973, Section 39, Paragraph 4. It states that if the Secretary of State concludes that current rates have not retained their value, they can lay an order increasing benefits by the 30th of June. Now, the government has only ever used this once in 1974, but we think it's high time, considering the cost of living crisis today in this country and the state of poverty, that they did this again. Congress, I move.
Thank you, Delegate. Can I call on any seconder for motion 93 on uprating? Formally, thank you, Congress. Is there any opposition from the floor? Can't see anyone coming forward. Delegates, I'm going to move to the vote. So it's motion number 93. The General Council recommends support. I'll move to the vote. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Against? Any against? Any abstentions? Motion 93 uprated is carried. Thank you, Congress. Moving on to motion 94, looking after our carers, our unsung heroes, and I'm inviting Paisley Trades Union Council to move the motion. Thank you, Delegate.
Good morning, Congress. President. Willie Payton, Paisley Trades Council, moving motion 94. This is a personal issue for myself, as I am an unpaid carer. Just to let you how it happened, you would say that I probably was fairly comfortable. My wife was a senior university lecturer in nursing and adult education. I had my own business. And just over nearly 6 years ago, in the blink of an eye, my wife had a stroke. She had 3 strokes. Her life was turned upside down. We'd actually been a carer for probably around about 20 years, because we were looking after my father-in-law as well, who had dementia. However, when my wife had her stroke, we went from basically being comfortable to depending on state benefits. I receive a carer's allowance, an allowance. I mean, the word itself is quite degrading. I mean, the allowance I receive is actually it does quite well. It goes to the Cayman Islands every week, into the bank account of Shell Energy. I even have to dip in to my wife's PIP allowance to make up the rest of the balance, just for a fuel bill. Being an unpaid carer, I never asked to be one. I'm not qualified, no experience. It was really frightening. Sorry, I'm losing it. My wife suffered brain.
Delegate,
It's
please
okay.
just take a minute.
It's okay. I'll get my big boy's pants on.
There's no rush, Delegate. Please just take your time.
Do you know, anger set in. I didn't know how to handle it. I had no experience. I had resentment. Self-esteem was down. And to be a carer, an unpaid carer, you have no rights. You have no contract of employment. You have no hours, sick pay, holiday pay. Just throwing the scraps from the table. You take it, that's it. I had help from, there was a charity called Visibility, absolutely marvellous, and my trade union, Unite, and Unite Community. Without them, we probably wouldn't be standing here. I'm at the stage now, I need to go out and get a full-time job, because I can't afford to be an unpaid carer. Now, the problem with that is, I go out back into the, to get full-time employment, and that's a plug, by the way, to my trade union colleagues out there. What happens is my wife then has to get another care plan. Now, the care sector is on its knees. I mean, we spoke yesterday that some of our colleagues were saying there's 43% vacancies and still unfilled. Within Scotland, there are 120,000 unpaid carers. Even just one, myself, I have to go out to work. That puts additional strain on the care sector because the care plan has to get made back up again. Carers may be called in to look after my wife. I'm the best person to do that. The motion that I'm trying to put forward, if I was to go out and get a job as a carer, I would get paid for it. I'd be caring for someone else. Would it not be better for the country to pay carers a wage? Now, I'm going to talk about national minimum wage. I'm just going to quickly park it there. If you paid the unpaid carers, say £25,000 a year, it sounds a lot. But see, for the hours that we put in over the week, it would actually equate to less than half of what the minimum wage is. It would help, it would bring back some dignity, some self-esteem. Do you know, my wife said to me, not that long ago, you never signed up for this. I wouldn't blame you if you leave. Wow. The strength of character that she has is unbelievable. I will never leave her. I will be there to the day I die. But what we're asking for is just some dignity. Let us get our self-esteem back and let people like me start being brave to what these people are suffering. I'm not alone. There's nearly 1 million unpaid carers in Scotland. It's staggering. But society we're in just now puts us at the lowest of the low. And I apologise for the timing, Madam President. They spoke on Monday about standing on the shoulders of giants. Even giants need foundations to stand on. And these giants are standing on the shoulders of the unpaid carers in this country, because without them, our care service, apart from being on its knees now, would absolutely collapse. And that's exactly what this Tory government want, to set it up for privatisation. Congress, I apologise for being so emotional. I thank you for listening to me and just giving me the additional time. I move this motion. Please support.
Willie, absolutely no need to apologise. What's important is, you know, you are surrounded by people who care for you in this movement. And I want Congress to be aware that despite everything that Willie has told us this morning, he also spends whatever time that he has campaigning against the far right in Erskine. Let's be proud of everybody like Willie. I know he's left the hall, but let's recognise the courage and the sincerity and the reminder why we're all here today, trying to make things better for everybody. We're on motion 94. Is there a seconder? Thank you. I would hope there's absolutely no opposition to this motion. So on this, I'm going to move to the vote. Motion 94, looking after our carers, our unsung heroes. All those in favour? Thank you, Congress. Any against? Any abstentions? Congress, unanimously supported. Thank you. Moving to motion 95, Scottish Radicals. I'm conscious that it's Paisley Trades Council to move the motion. Thank you, Delegate.
Conference President, I think I just publicly apologise for forcing Willie to have to go through that. Maybe in hindsight we shouldn't have asked him to do it, but to be fair, he spoke well on the motion. Anyway, Scottish motion 95. Like most of you, I only became aware, well, I'm sure most of you, I only became aware of the radical movement in Scotland as an adult, not at school. That was British or European history. Tolpuddle martyrs and Peterloo, maybe, but nothing about radicalism in Scotland. Nothing about what happened in Paisley, Greenock, Carron, Straven, elsewhere. About 5 Paisley weavers arrested and they were sent to Greenock jail. Couldn't go into Paisley jail, it was already full of radicals. On the 8th of April 1820, a group of Greenockians stormed the jail, kind of reminiscent of storming the Bastille, but certainly not as well known, and funnily enough, ultimately much more successful, because they did actually release a lot of prisoners, including the 5 from Paisley. The Port Glasgow militia were called in and opened fire in the crowd. 8 died, including James McGilp, who was aged 8. Similar events were happening elsewhere, and that was officially the end of the Radical War, just the trials of 88. Some records say other numbers, so just leave that there. Nothing happened to some of them. Some of the juries declared them not guilty. Some were transported to Australia. But of course, Baird, Hardy and Wilson were made an example of, the last people in the UK to be hung, drawn and quartered. We're calling on the movement to right this omission by highlighting Scottish workers' radicalism, not just 200 years ago, but all since. Nobody else seems to be doing it. The establishment way back used Special Commission of Oiter and Terminator under the Treason Act of 1708, which is based on English law, and I'm sure it's still there, to exert control over the people, especially after the juries acquitted many radicals. One of them actually mentions a Robert Parker, but I don't think I'm that old. Do you know about the mill manager who in 1907 turned the fire hose on the mill lassies supporting the turning boys strike? They made an effigy of the manager and set it on fire at Paisley Cross. It's still reenacted every small shot day, but not much information comes out about that, into the history of where it came from. Kind of sanitised history, because it doesn't fit maybe the right bill. Not all radicalism is historic. Remember Rolls-Royce, Singer, Playtex, Les Jeans, Roots, many, many more. We need to ensure that this proud history is available to the young people, teaching them of their rich, radical history. Nobody else will do this. We have to do it. I'd like to thank the STUC for their help in drafting this motion. Please support the motion.
Thank you, Delegate. I'll call on the seconder for the motion. Do we have a seconder? Formally, thank you, Congress. Is there any opposition? We're on motion 95, Scottish Radicals. No opposition. I'll move to the vote. The General Council is recommending support. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Any against? Any abstentions? Thank you, Congress. Motion 95 is carried. We are going to keep moving through the agenda because, as I say, we've quite a number of emergency motions in that to hear later. So we're going to keep going, which brings us to sections 7, 8 and 10. Trade union organisation, equality, social justice and the Constitution. If you just give us a minute, I'm just going to bring Mike in for the chair for a few minutes. Thank you.
Okie doke. Congress, that means it's composite O. We're moving to, which is problem drug use policy and safe consumption facilities, covering motions 84 and 85, and I'll invite the Pharmacists Defence Association to move.
I'm Maurice Hickey of the Pharmacists Defence Association. President, members of the Congress, I would like to move this motion. Drug deaths. Well, I'm not going to rehash the figures. We all know the toll, the tens of thousands of deaths, the bereaved families, the loss of our friends. Nobody's been untouched by this. We're all familiar with all the concepts: harm minimisation, opiate replacement therapy, safe consumption rooms, outreach, rehabilitation. Everything has been almost normalised, but people still keep dying. Everyone supports the policies and treatments, and the SNP were mandated before the last election. They debated it in Parliament. Parliament voted for change, asked Westminster to devolve the power to act, to do something about drug deaths. And there's a block to progress. Nothing happened. Where's the block? Everyone sees it's a good idea. Well, the block is at 2 Marsham Street in London. It's called the Home Office. And the Home Office controlled drugs policy as part of the Misuse of Drugs Act, and it is reserved. So no matter what we say or what we think, we can talk forever, but until they act, we can only talk. The Health The Home Office say no. They say no to any change. Well, the next opportunity for change comes at the next general election when Labour is elected, and that will be next year, and that's the point of this motion. It has to be in their manifesto, and the TUC, the greater movement, has to bring pressure on them to put it in the manifesto so they can't wriggle out of it when they come into power, when the tabloids start talking about them being soft on drugs, and the focus groups say, oh, nobody wants it. Everybody wants it, but they let themselves be influenced by this few people. It's ironic for me to be moving this in Dundee. In 2020, the Times described Dundee as the drugs death capital of Scotland. Well, Scotland's the leading country for drugs death in the world. It's not something that we want to boast about. So I've worked on harm minimisation and with drug users for nearly all of my 40 working years as a pharmacist, and they need help. But in 40 years, nothing has changed. We talk and talk, we mean well, and the patients, they just keep on dying, more and more of them, year after year after year, year on year. So let's keep it simple. We need not just one change in the law. The Misuse of Drugs Act must be changed, and it has to be changed by Westminster, and it has to be devolved so that we have the power to change drugs policy, and it's not reserved to them. That's the point of this motion. Devolve to Scotland the power to make our own drug policy in respect of this health calamity. Let us treat these patients unencumbered by the Home Office, by their dogma, by their ideology. I said at the beginning I'm not going to give you any statistics, but I will give you one. The Troubles in Ireland killed 3,500 people in 30 years. The war on drugs is killing 3,500 Scots in less than every 3 years. It's about every 31 months. That's a huge number of people, and that's why our policymakers, our clinicians and our support staff need to be freed from Home Office control. Drugs policy must be devolved. Congress, I urge you to support this motion.
Thank you, Delegate. I invite Edinburgh Trade Union Council to second.
Thank you. Claire Robertson, Edinburgh Trade Union Council, second in Composite O. In 2021, there were 1,330 drug-related deaths across Scotland, 5 times those recorded in 1996. In Edinburgh, drug deaths have tripled in the last 20 years, and this motion to explore the provision of safer drug consumption facilities would not only save money, but save lives. In July 2022, Edinburgh City Council agreed to investigate the rollout of safe drug consumption rooms to help combat the increasing number of overdose deaths, and were urged by a deputation to take a proactive approach in social issues such as poverty and deprivation. Scottish Government, controlling justice and health, supports the introduction of these facilities, but a previous attempt to set up rooms in Glasgow was blocked by the UK Government, which controls the drug policy. So we're asking the STUC to press the Scottish Government to ensure that drug policy is devolved from Westminster so that we can show that a public health approach is more successful and our preference to dealing with this issue. Those who have the powers to change the law continue to focus on criminalising those using drugs rather than seeing them as part of a public health scandal and disaster for many families affected. This problem disproportionately affects Scotland's working class. Our current criminal justice approach to drug deaths further criminalises those working class and marginalised for a problem that largely stems from deprivation. Safer drug consumption facilities are not only an effective solution to this epidemic and proven in countries such as Portugal, Canada and Australia, but represent one part of a wider public health approach to drug deaths. They offer a route out of addiction, a route towards rehabilitation, towards healthcare, housing and healthy lives. In supporting this motion, you'll have a chance to signal a change in attitude to those addicted to drugs, give hope to all those affected, and make the difference against this negligence of the current system. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Any delegates coming to speak in opposition? If there's no opposition, we'll move to the vote. The General Council recommendation is to support this motion. Can I see all those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Thank you very much. Composite O is carried. We'll now move on to motion 74, coordinating strike action, and invite Inverness and District Trade Union Council to speak. Just to say, we're going to crack on through this section until we get to 12:30. So anybody seeing the motions on that list, please be prepared to speak. Inverness Delegate, thank you.
Thank you, President and Congress. First-time delegate and first-time speaker. Thanks. From Inverness and District Trade Union Council, speaking on the motion about coordinating strike action. First, I just want to congratulate every single worker who's been out on strike, been involved in strike action, attended picket lines. In the last while, we've seen an overwhelming surge in workers taking action, and it's been a reawakening of the working class, which in my mind is absolutely fantastic. Despite all the issues that we've heard about with anti-trade union legislation and having to reach ballot thresholds, union after union has been able to reach those and get members ready for action, whether that's actually taking industrial action or just the threat of it in some cases. The cost of living crisis that we're all living through, rooted in austerity in the last 12 or 13 years that we're being asked to pay for, is now, resulting in workers being pushed to take this action. We've had a snowball effect, starting with some strong unions taking action like the RMT and the CWU, but then we've had others following, which has been a fantastic and inspirational movement to be part of. And I've never attended so many picket lines in my life in the last sort of 9 to 12 months, and it's been fantastic, inspirational to show solidarity with so many workers. We've had the highest number of strike days for such a long time that it's, I think it's the beginning of something even bigger. But not only that, we've got huge public support for these strikes because, we are the working class, we're all involved in it. But what it shows is that strikes win. What we heard earlier in the Congress from Foyer was about how we've had $2 billion extra for workers after the strike action that we've taken, which has gone into the pockets of ordinary working people. If we'd have accepted the offer so that we had been given initially, it would be £1.1 billion less, so it works. We've had massive increases in profit levels, 89% up since COVID, yet we're the ones that are having to pay for this crisis. So what we're saying is that this fantastic strike movement needs to be fully supported, which is, we're obviously going to be backing that, and we're calling on the TUC, but just calling for things to be sort of coordinated a little bit more. And the TUC is obviously in that ideal position to coordinate the action that's taking place. So as they say, unity is power, and as trade unionists, we know this. So we believe that the way that we can make these stronger is by trying to maximise the coordination of that action. So this could include convening a meeting with all trade unions taking industrial action to coordinate, but also look at promoting financial appeals that are taking strike action, but also how do we, what can we do to maximise? So can we look at coordinating days that we're out on strike, or even times? For example, you know, if we brought people together maybe for a certain period of time over a day is 24 hours. But just to think, how can we maximise that? Just to say thanks, comrades, and I urge you to support this motion.
Thank you, Leah. Is there somebody to formally move? Otherwise, I'll ask for a informal move. Yes. Formal seconder. Formally, thank you. Anybody in opposition? Nobody in opposition. We'll move to the vote. All those in favour of motion 74, please show. All those against? Any abstentions? That motion is clearly carried. Thank you. Right, we'll now move on to motion 112, urgent need to devolve employment law to Scotland, and again Inverness District Trade Union Council.
President, Congress, Robbie McElraith, Inverness Trades Council and CWU member. First time delegate and first time speaker. Thank you. I'm rising to move what was the very last motion on the PAD, but it brings full circle the very first motion of Congress, Composite B. So cast your minds back. Congress agreed to support the principle of our Parliament of having the crucial remit of employment law, with a commitment to campaign effectively for that purpose. This motion explicitly commits the STUC to do just that, to fight for the devolution of rights guaranteed under employment law from the reserved clutches of Westminster. The STUC is uniquely placed to bring together the strands of Scottish civil society and be the vanguard of building a cross-party consensus to ensure the success of that welcome pledge. Indeed, the STUC have already called on Scottish Labour to show their commitment to workers in Scotland and devolve employment law in full to the Scottish Parliament. This correctly makes the case for the safeguarding of employment law under Holyrood's control, so no worker in Scotland could be subject to attack again from a Tory government. Our motion makes no apology for highlighting the perfect storm we face in the immediate future. 1, the imposition of the latest anti-union legislation from Westminster, the Minimum Services Bill, which denies the human right to withdraw our labour where a work notice is issued. It's fantastic that we have had the First Minister at the start of the Congress declaring that the Scottish Government will not issue such notices. But that is only where they are the actual employer. Then 2, we have the full horrors of Brexit to come, with retained EU law, which will make no mistake, puts all the protections that the EU afforded us all at risk, with a multitude of individual employment laws now at the tender mercy of Westminster and the Conservatives. Ironic when our comrades in the Republic will benefit from a new European directive, but we face the existing meagre ability of our Parliament to mitigate Westminster intent, being steamrolled by the open flaunting of the Sewell Convention and the Section 35 orders. This illustrates the folly of not being in control of our own employment laws. It's not some abstract constitutional debating point, but goes to the very heart of how we conduct ourselves, our bread and butter, to coin a phrase. British employment acts are by their very intent actually restrictive anti-trade union laws. Where they do grant individual rights, it's not defined as rights with regards to the employer and the employee, but rather between the individual and the collective trade union, with a cynical aim to weaken the trade union rather than protect the true rights of the worker. Factory rights laws remain on the statute books, and more recent laws built upon their neoliberal foundation, such as the Employment Act of 2016, which introduced the draconian thresholds which aim at the very heart of our ability to organise and effectively protect our members. Whereas before we could look to the European Court of Justice as the ultimate arbiter of binding employment law, we now find the Tories floating the idea of a Bill of Rights to replace our membership of the European Court of Human Rights. So we have no option but to look to ourselves.
Wind up, delegate, please.
Yeah, we have no option but look to ourselves to mould our own future and our own employment laws and the rights derived from them. So I will conclude and ask you all to support this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder? Do we have formally seconded? Any opposition? Yep. Call forward the opposing speaker.
Afternoon, Congress. Andrea, representing USDO, speaking in opposition of motion 112. USDO is opposing the motion as perhaps inadvertently it looks to remove some of the protections that we currently rely on. It is clear that there is a need to remove anti-union legislation currently in the statute book. Repealing on 2017 Trade Union Act will be a key step towards this, but we need to go further and we need to repeal outdated legislation that perhaps unions from running elections, that prohibits unions from running elective ballots, that sets unions up to fail when running industrial action ballots, and that requires many unions to run unnecessary political fund ballots every 10 years. However, we must protect the legislation as we currently rely on it. Within the TULCRA, for example, Section 118 outlines the rights to collective construction on redundancies. Section 181 gives unions the right to access companies' financial information when conducting collective bargaining. And Schedule A1 provides unions with a right to seek statutory recognition within the workplace. Of course, these rights can and should be improved by the next Labour government. We need to revert to at least 90 days consultation on large-scale redundancies, and we need the law to look at all redundancies across a business, rather than focusing on how many redundancies are taking place in single establishments. In terms of access to financial information, we need proper penalties against those who refuse to comply. As part of the wider strategy of labour market enforcement, and in terms of strategy recognition, we need to lower the thresholds of reaching
Could you wind up, delegate, please?
Congress, there are lots of areas where we can improve our employment rights framework. Our Labour's employment rights Green Paper provides a solid foundation for this. However, we are looking to improve. We cannot start by removing very protections that unions and our members rely on.
No, could you really wind up, please,
Yep.
delegate?
We ask you to oppose this on the grounds that we rely on the stuff. And yes, we do want them to update, but we need to update the whole programme and not remove stuff that we rely on. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, delegate. Inverness have right to reply if they'd like to take it.
Thank you for the right to reply. I don't really understand the opposition, as this has already been passed in Composite B as policy, and the motion doesn't specifically say what parts of law we should remove, or indeed what laws we should put in. It just gives us the right and the devolved powers to do it ourselves. And so if we want to do all these worthwhile acts which were mentioned, we can do this. And the point is that we would do it ourselves as we democratically decide it. I mean, if we look at the last Labour government, they didn't repeal any of the Thatcherite anti-trade union laws. Now, will a future Labour government do it? Maybe, maybe no. But we shouldn't have to rely on what's happening in Westminster. We can do that if we so wish, and if we don't want to do it, then we don't. But it's our democratic right, which has already been agreed in Composite B. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. We'll move to the vote now. The recommendation from the General Council is to support Inverness's motion. Can I see all those in favour? Can I see those against? Any abstentions? That motion is carried. Thank you. We've still not reached lunch yet, so I'd really try in the next 10 minutes to try and get another couple of motions through. That would be motion 30 and 31, inclusive university curricula and automation on skills. So Pharmacist Defence Association, if you're ready to move motion 30, please.
I'll be as coherent as I can. Maurice Hickey of the Pharmacist Defence Association. My colleague who was going to give this address has just had to leave. Ethnic minorities have been systematically failed, we believe, in healthcare provision. The inequalities in treatment are plain to see for anyone that chooses to look, particularly in teaching. And there's much data that supports the assertions widely available. There's the failure of patients begins at the research and training stage. A recent review published looking at research into COVID-related skin issues, for example, showed that of 130 published images on the subject, not one single image featured an example of a patient with dark skin. This sadly is not unusual. An even more recent issue published by the BMJ told of final year medical students online learning for dermatology featuring only 2 single images of disease presentations and dark skin types, despite numerous skin conditions dramatically varying in their presentation and different skin. If you've never seen it, you won't recognise it, so it should be taught. The inconsistencies in treatment provision are not limited to external conditions, and a deeper review of a study into chronic pain for patients with Parkinson's disease showed outrageous differences in the quality of their treatment managing their pain. The strongest and most effective painkillers are prescribed to 43% of white patients and just 4% of Black and Asian patients, a tenfold difference. What explains such a stark difference in the decisions of so many prescribers? And sadly, the evidence would suggest that many prescribers hold false beliefs about biological differences between black and white people, that black people have thicker skin, black people's blood coagulates more quickly, they have less sensitive nerve endings. It's all baseless, it's all categorically wrong, and university courses do nothing to address these misheld beliefs, and if they don't, they will continue to blight these patients unabated. These points show it's just really the tip of an iceberg of poorly cared for individuals who are grievously failed by the status quo. Race is not the only factor which generates differences in training. We found that sex, gender, sexuality, age, ability are all further sources of potential inadequacy. The PDA's LGBT plus network have had recent success in challenging UK pharmacy schools on the heteronormative educational offer, asking and supporting them to widen their scope to better develop their offer to equip pharmacists with the skills and knowledge to improve their care for patients who present with issues specific to the LGBT plus group. Congress, the Pharmacists Defence Association asks that you join our calls to invite the Scottish Government to work with the unions, universities and their staff to develop their own approaches and build on work already being done to address shortcomings evident in current curricula and to ensure we continue in this crucial endeavour. I move the motion.
Thank you, Delegate. We have the University and College Union down to second. Thank you, Delegate. Formally seconded. Anybody in opposition? Nobody in opposition. We'll then move to the vote. Can I see all those in favour? Thank you very much. All those against? Any abstentions? That motion is clearly carried. Thank you. We'll now move on quickly to motion 31. Automation and skills, and that's to be moved by Usdaw. Thank you.
Chair Conference, Harry Clark, moving the motion on automation and skills on behalf of my union, Usdaw. Conference, while workers have always been exposed to some level of technological change, recent years have brought about unprecedented levels of new technology and automation. And while this technology can of course deliver benefits, it also has created significant challenges for workers. It's no surprise then that 1 in 5 Usdaw members are extremely concerned about their job security over the next 5 years. Over half the workers do not believe they have been given adequate training on the use of technology at work, and 9 in 10 workers reported that their employer had failed to consult them with the new technology brought in. It's now clear technology is changing the world of work as we know it, but the current UK employment rights framework is far too weak to support workers through this change, and this Tory government in Westminster is only seeking to make it weaker. Conference, we need new employment rights framework that will fit the future of world of work, a framework that gives workers a legal right to consultation on new technology in the workplace, so that workers can get a real say in decisions that affect them at work, and a framework that enables unions to address the unequal impact of new technology and automation. As part of this framework, employers must undertake equality impact assessments and act upon the findings. Conference, workers are not only being kept out of decisions that affect them, they also been abandoned without reskilling and retraining they need. According to the estimates, 9 in 10 employees in the UK will need to be retrained by 2030 at an additional cost of £13 billion. But instead of measures that support workers to retrain, the current provisions here in Scotland are taking money away from workers and making it harder to access the training required. The current Flexible Workforce Development Fund is simply failing far too many workers in sectors like retail and distribution. According to the most recent figures available, only 2% of money paid into the scheme by the retail sector actually delivers training for the workers, and the rest disappears into government coffers. This cannot continue. We need urgent fundamental reform of the Flexible Workforce Development Fund so that workers can get retraining they deserve, and we also need the right to paid time off for retraining. But all this new framework will only be effective if there are strong trade unions in the workplace to enforce it. Trade unions have always played a vital role in protecting the interests of workers, and this role should not diminish as a result for technology and automation. For that reason, we're calling for stronger rights for trade unions and their members. Conference, this isn't just about improving employment rights in the face of new technology. It's about creating a new deal for workers a deal that offers investment in skills and training, and a deal that provides well-paid, high-quality and secure employment, and a deal that recognises the value of trade unions within the workplace, so that trade unions can work alongside employers and government to protect the workers and make the future of work fair and just for all. Conference, please support.
Thank you, Delegate. Do we have a seconder? Formally? Any speakers in opposition? Move to the vote then. All those in favour? General Council recommendation is to support. Thank you. All those against? Any abstentions? That motion is clearly carried. We're closing now for lunch. I'd like to thank all delegates for their contributions this morning, all exhibitors for their support as well during Congress, and to remind delegates this will be your last chance to visit the stalls during lunch because by the time we get out this afternoon there'll be a war. Particularly want to draw your attention to the STUC stall, where I would really encourage you to go along and buy a copy of my pal Daniel Gray's book, Mon the Workers. That's the STUC's book brought out to commemorate our 125 years, and it's at a special Congress discount. And ask delegates to be back at 2 o'clock prompt. We have an announcement of the AXA raffle winners. I'm looking for my own name, then I realise I hadn't actually bought any tickets, so that'll be a donation. First prize, bottle of Makar gin, Ian of the FBU. Second prize, a gift from the stall, Liz from PCS. Please get prize as soon as possible. Stall closes at end of lunch, and AXA raised £180. Thank you all very much. See you at 2 o'clock.
Delegates, can I ask you to take your seats, please? Thank you. We're good to go. Good afternoon, Congress. I hope you all had a nice wander in Dundee at lunchtime with the sun shining on you. We're on the last stretch, so bear with us. We've still a good bit of business to get through and a lot of important motions. So I appreciate you being back for 2 o'clock and in your seats. And what we're going to do is really just to update delegates, because I am aware that the agenda is maybe a wee bit fragmented. So just to keep you updated, this morning we brought forward Composite O, Motion 74, Motions 112, Amended Motion 30 and Motion 31. So those were all heard this morning. So what we're going to do is we're going to start the afternoon session with Amended Motion 111, and that we're then going to move on to the remaining motions which were scheduled to begin at 2:40 in your latest order of business. So as I say, if you could just keep your eyes and ears open, I'll try and talk you through the motions, because we have brought forward some other business from Monday, Tuesday. So moving to Amended Motion 111, the referendum, third option, and that has been withdrawn by Clydebank Trades Union Council, Congress. And I'm going to invite Susan Quinn to make a statement on behalf of the General Council. Thank you, Susan.
Thank you, President. The General Council welcomes the sentiments behind Amended Motion 111 and thanks Clydebank Trade Union Council for withdrawing their motion in favour of this General Council statement. Workers through their trade unions should be at the heart of the constitutional debate on Scotland's future. Under all constitutional scenarios, including a third option and a referendum, workers' voices must be heard. The General Council welcomes much of the content of the Labour Party's Commission on the Future of the UK, including the need for the Scottish Parliament to be accorded greater borrowing powers. However, we share the concerns expressed in the motion that the Commission fails to recognise the role of the public sector in rebalancing the economy and the need for renationalisation of basic services and utilities. While supporting the sentiments of the motion, the General Council must put on record that a number of Labour-affiliated trade unions have informed the General Council that they were consulted on the Labour Party Commission. The STUC itself was not. General Council therefore asks for the support for this statement in place of the amended motion 111.
Thank you, Susan. Delegates, just to reaffirm, amended motion 111, referendum third option, has been withdrawn. Can I ask for delegates to endorse the statement just given on behalf of the General Council? Can you ask for your support? Those in favour? Thank you. Those against? Any abstentions? Thank you, Congress. The General Council statement is carried. Thank you. So now, as explained, we're going to move back throughout your agenda to motions that haven't been heard because of the timeline. And that brings us back to motion number 70, body-worn cameras. And I'm going to invite community up to move the motion. Do we have the delegate from community? Thank you, sister.
Good afternoon, President, Congress. Alison Ann Dowling speaking for Community, moving motion 70 on body-worn cameras and first time speaker at the STUC. Congress. The use of technology in the workplace can be positive or it can be negative. One way in which technological developments have made the world of work better is the introduction of body-worn cameras. Nobody should face intimidation, threats or violence in undertaking their jobs. Yet, the sad reality is this is becoming more and more prevalent. Assaults on prison escort staff remain unacceptably high, and the vast majority of these assaults result in no consequences for the perpetrator. This has to change, and body-worn cameras are one way to make that change. Some services are already utilising body-worn cameras to positive effect. Our police are just one example, using this new technology to protect officers and the public. Yet, many workers in the justice and custodial sector still do not have body-worn cameras as a standard part of their working life. Those workers that work within our Scottish courts and have the responsibility to transit all prisoners within the Scottish prison estate across Scotland on a daily basis. For our members to be expected to perform their duties with the only form of protection to their well-being being the use of their interpersonal skills, well, quite frankly, this is neither good enough or acceptable any longer. Make no mistake, this puts them in danger and ensures that assaults against them continue to exist as a real threat and thereafter on regular occasions regrettably go unpunished. By supporting this motion, Community will lobby the Scottish Government to ensure that prison escort services workers always have access to the protective equipment they need, including body-worn cameras. Body-worn cameras are already utilised successfully at this time across various areas of the Scottish justice sector. Therefore, it is important that we apply parity now for those colleagues within the Scottish prisoner escort contract. Community will work with employers to discuss the challenges and risks that staff in prisoner escort services encounter and ensure that we deliver the use of body-worn cameras for all. We will also work to ensure that body-worn cameras are utilised with integrity and with built-in safeguarding measures to protect the public. Congress, technology can make work safer for those in our justice and custodial sector. The government just has to act on it to make it so. Community will be there to ensure that they do. Thank you, and I ask you to support this motion.
Thank you, Sister. Congress, can I ask for a seconder for the motion? Thank you.
Chair, Congress, Alan O'Hare for the Transport Salaried Staffs Association, seconding.
Congress, I'm seconding this motion in support of comrades in the prisoner escort and court systems. Not being afforded such devices which can provide essential evidence should an allegation be made against staff can rob a person of their job and career. Police and prison staff can be afforded body-worn cameras in protection of their jobs. So should all staff handling persons in the custody of a legal system. Our public transport system has train station gate line staff wearing body cameras. If transport companies can afford such protection for their staff, so can the prison escort companies. Please support the motion.
Thank you, Alan. Congress, are there any opposing speakers in this motion, in this debate? No. I'm going to move to the vote, Congress. All those in favour, the General Council recommendation is support. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Any against? Any abstentions? Thank you, Congress. Motion 70 has been carried. I'd now like to move you to motion number 73, which was to be moved by Dundee Trades Council, a Dundee Rogue employer, but to make you aware that that has been withdrawn by Dundee Trades Council and that there is to be a statement made on behalf of the General Council by Mary Senior. Now, that statement has been circulated with delegates this morning. Thank you, Mary.
Thanks, President. Mary Senior, moving General Council statement, a Dundee Rogue employer. The General Council reiterates our support for all workers in dispute and notes deplorable actions of the University of Dundee. We note that members of Dundee University staff, technicians, electricians, cleaners, porters, clerical, library, administrative and maintenance workers who collectively make up the backbone of the institution, keeping academic and related staff, students and visitor facilities safe and secure, have faced the imposition of cuts of up to 40% in their future pension provision. The cut only applies to the University of Dundee pension scheme, the scheme that supports staff in the 6 lowest pay grades are in. Senior management, who earn between £95,000 and £250,000, indeed, Congress, the latest stats I have for the principal is that he earns £384,000, certainly earned that in 2021. These staff are unaffected. The cut will mean the effective staff potentially losing up to £6,000 a year, leaving many in pension poverty. 70% of these staff are women, already suffering due to the university's 19% gender pay gap. New staff joining in these grades after 2023 could see no guaranteed pension provision whatsoever. In August 2022, the Universities and Colleges Employers Association imposed a 3% wage increase on these same staff, a real terms pay cut. Members of Unite and Unison have taken strike action in response to the management's refusal to withdraw the pension cuts. Indeed, a handful of UCU members who are also in that pension scheme also took some strike action in 2021. The action of the campus unions has received widespread support from the public, other trades union organisations and from elected politicians. In November 2022, these workers lobbied Holyrood and received cross-party support from MSPs, earning the university principal an invitation to answer select committee questions, as yet still awaiting a response. So, Congress condemns the shameful tactics of the university principal and his management team in refusing to return to the negotiating table. We call on them to do so forthwith. We regret the damage done to the University of Dundee's reputation by their actions. Congress salutes the actions of Unite members who stood on the picket lines for 12 consecutive weeks. Congress, we also salute the action of Unison members who've also taken strike action in this dispute for over a year. Congress roundly condemns the actions of this rogue employer and sends solidarity and support to all of those in this dispute. I move the statement.
Thank you, Mary. Congress, I'm going to call for a vote on the General Council's statement that Mary's just moved. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. Any against? Any abstentions? Congress, the General Council statement on Dundee, a rogue employer, has been carried. Thank you all. Congress, I'm now going to call motion number 32 on apprenticeships, and I'll invite the RCM to move this motion. Are the RCM in the hall? Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be anyone in the hall to move the motion, and unfortunately that means the motion would fall. That's unfortunate, Congress, but that motion does fall. I'll now move on to amended motion number 33, access and financial support to part-time studying. And I'm going to call on the STUC Youth Conference to move the motion. Thank you, Delegate.
Stuart Duncan, Member of the National Union of Rail, Maritime and Transport Workers, and moving motion 33 on behalf of the STUC Youth Conference. Congress, it is my belief that studying and accessing education at all levels should be inclusive, affordable and something that should be lifelong. In other words, it should be universal. Universal access to education to support the needs and desires of every citizen who wants to better themselves and potential opportunities available to them and their family cannot, however, come in the form of a one-size-fits-all approach, as each individual needs a learning journey tailored to their own needs and circumstances. As such, Congress, our Scottish Government must ensure that they do all they can within their powers to afford young people, women, carers and adult learners equal and fair opportunities to study at a time that is right for them. For many of these groups, the most accessible manner in which one can further their education and skills is through part-time study. Congress, part-time study provides the flexibility many people need to work, care for their loved ones or raise a family. However, accessing part-time study is becoming harder than ever before. As our motion outlines, the part-time fee grant, which can be used to pay public university tuition, non-campus-based courses, HNCs, HNDs and many training courses with private providers, has failed to keep up with the rate of inflation, and the maximum earning cap for which one is eligible to take advantage of this fee grant has not risen since 2013, now over a decade ago. This utter disregard to protect and fully fund part-time study opportunities in the same manner for those who study full-time benefit from is distasteful and unfair, and is disproportionately affecting many groups, including young people, women, care-experienced individuals, single parents, but ultimately hard-working, working-class people who have so much to contribute to our society. Whilst I welcome the Scottish Government's commitment to protecting fair access to higher education, least not through the appointment of a Commissioner for Fair Access, as I'm sure you will all agree, widening access cannot just be policy words alone. Therefore, we must call upon the Scottish Government to take meaningful action to protect education being accessible, affordable and lifelong at every level. After over a decade of Tory-led austerity, our exit from the European Union, which was built on a campaign of false promises and has subsequently allowed a draconian attack on workers' rights that we as a Congress have already recognised earlier this week, we are now in a race to the bottom with living standards slipping and employers, both in the public and private sector, expecting more from employees whilst doing everything they can to play those same employees less. In my own industry, the rail industry that is, we are seeing roles that were previously advertised as promotion opportunities open to all being turned into modern apprenticeships, backed by government incentives, which now have formal qualification requirements that many of my colleagues, despite having years of experience in similar roles, do not have. For some of them, self-funding those qualifications would require is not feasible due to family and other commitments. However, their current salary exceeds the decade-old earnings threshold that is now actively preventing them from bettering themselves and the opportunities available to them and their family. My specific industry aside, however, all workers' Congress, both in this room and across Scotland, can recognise the impact the pandemic has had on their careers. For many, it was a time to reset, pursue new opportunities and contemplate how to better themselves, least not for young people, many of whom were leaving university unable to pursue a career in their chosen field due to a jobs market on the verge of collapse. Therefore, Congress, for many of these young people and others in a similar position, they are looking, if not needing to, embrace further educational opportunities to not further their career, but just to start it. How can they be expected to do so when part-time educational opportunities are not valued in the same way full-time studying is? How, Congress, can they do that when it is clear the Scottish Government have not taken any meaningful steps to maintain or increase the ability to access part-time study? I know this because, as well as a full-time worker, I'm also a full-time student. I'm a full-time student that couldn't study part-time alongside my career because my earnings now outweighed the threshold that would make me eligible to apply for the part-time free grant. Why should someone like me, who left school with no direction or idea of where I wanted life to take me, be denied the opportunity to return to education because of funding concerns? We don't ask for much. All I call for today is for the Scottish Government to raise the earnings cap for part-time fee grant to support disproportionately affected women, carer, young people and hard-working working-class people. And for that reason, I call for Congress to move the motion.
Thank you, Stuart. Thank you. Can I call on the UCU to second the motion, please? Formally, thank you. Are there any opposing speakers in this debate? I can't see anyone come forward, Congress, so I am going to swiftly move to the vote. So it's amended motion number 33, access and financial support for part-time studying. The General Council is recommending support. All those in favour? Thank you. Any against? And any abstentions? Amended motion 33 is carried. Thank you, Congress. Now move into amended motion number 23, protecting public ferry services, jobs and skills. And I'm going to call on the RMT to move the motion. Thank you.
President, Congress, RMT, Glasgow Shipping. First time speaker, first time at Congress. This composite sets out the position that is currently stands. The Scottish Government has failed to procure new vessels for the lifetime ferry services. The current fleet are crumbling and in need of massive overhauls and repairs. We say enough is enough. It's time to campaign for fundamental change. Yes to continued ownership, coupled with the necessary involvement for the communities that depend and rely on the lifetime services for the benefit of passengers, staff and collective bargaining and terms and conditions. The Scottish Government must challenge Westminster over the Government Subsidy Control Act. And just as important, rule out that there is not another P&O attack on jobs and services in order to save off supporters that prefer privatisation. Crew berths, catering jobs and essential training programmes are all being targeted. There is an alternative, Congress. We need to continue to pledge that there will be no unbundling of the future routes individually or in a whole of the Clyde and Hebridean ferry services. Any changes under Project Neptune must ensure people's terms and conditions, working practices and contracts secured, employment secured to the benefit of the working hard, the betterment of the working hard to deliver the ferry services. Our campaign for a People's CalMac can only be achieved through continuous public ownership, control, secured long-term investment and long-term on the fleets but investment in the people and the communities and the loyalty of the dedicated crews and delivery of the essential services. Let's send a clear message to this Congress. From this Congress to the First Minister, our demands are simple. Can we achieve if the political will is there? Let's get on this. Let's get done with the job. No more excuses or delays. I move composite motion number 23. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. I'm going to invite GMB to second the motion.
Congress President Alec Logan, GMB, speaking in support of the ferry service jobs and skills, motion 23. Congress, shipbuilding has long been an integral part of our industry and industrial history, but is also part of our present, and we are now fighting for its future. As an island nation, a strong domestic shipbuilding industry is an obvious need. With ageing fleet that serves Scotland island communities, there is an urgent need for, unfortunately, for those island communities are being failed. In the absence of any credible industrial strategy for Scotland, working class communities like those at Ferguson and Inverclyde are also being failed. I'm proud to call myself a Ferguson shipbuilder. We will not accept our name being dragged through the mud or our livelihoods of hundreds of workers being used as a political football for political gain. Politicians have put our futures in a crossfire by using Fergusons to further their own careers. I've worked in the yard for over 40 years. I've seen the experience and talent and the skill we are capable of in Fergusons, and no doubt the delay to the hulls is the result of failure by management. And make no mistake about it, that's what it is. It's none at all to do with the workforce. There's no greater testament for the ability of Fergusons than the recent award of BA contract. This must be carried out to high standard. So if the government and BA systems can put in wanting us to do the work, surely the Scottish Government should be coming round and directing award for the small ferries. I support the motion.
Thank you, Al. Is there any opposition from the floor on this motion? I can't see anyone. Congress, I'm going to move to the vote. So we're looking for position on amended motion number 23, protecting public ferry services, jobs and skills. The General Council's recommending support. All those in favour? Thank you. Any against? And any abstentions? Congress, amended motion 23 is carried. I'm going to move forward now and move to motion number 24, which is the Caledonian McBrain Ferries No to Unbundling of Services. And I'm going to invite Nautilus International to move the motion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Congress. Jenny McKechnie from Nautilus International, moving motion 24, Carmack Ferries No to Unbundling of Services. Congress notes with serious concern calls for the potential unbundling of Scottish ferry services on the Western Isle ferry routes. We recognise that such attempts to unbundle could, and without doubt, will jeopardise what little resilience that presently exists in the system. Whilst we acknowledge that many lifeline services are not profitable and would struggle to attract a commercial operator, profitable routes will be targeted. We believe that those unscrupulous operators who will seek to target the profitable routes will also target the negotiated terms and conditions of employment of our members. We also believe that the Scottish taxpayer will be disadvantaged by needing to fund through subsidy an operator of last resort for unprofitable routes. We are concerned that unbundling will not only result in poorer outcomes for the maritime professionals sailing as officers and ratings and the shoreside employees, but also for the many communities served by Carmack ferries. Project Neptune states that any future ferry service provision should enhance passenger experience, support local communities and be accountable and transparent. Therefore, Congress, we call for the STUC and affiliates to resist all attempts to unbundle ferry services by the Scottish Government, for the Scottish Government to invest in the vessels, the infrastructure and the people, ensuring seafarer and shoreside employees receive the development required to operate a reliable and affordable national service, and also for any changes based on Project Neptune to also take into account employment opportunities and employment conditions to ensure that any change is also for the betterment of those working to deliver the future ferry services, one that the people of Scotland deserve. Congress, I ask you to fully support this motion. I move.
Thank you, Sister Gordon. Seconding for RMT. Thank you.
Thanks, President. Thanks, Congress. Gordon Martin seconding the Nautilus motion on unbundling. What unbundling means is a race to the bottom. It means privatisation of a currently publicly owned ferry service. A ferry service that provides reasonably well-paid jobs in the islands. So a race to the bottom, those reasonably well-paid jobs become poorly paid jobs, poor conditions, which has a wider impact on the Scottish economy. So we're not prepared to allow that to happen on our watch. We'll be resisting that politically, through the media and industrially if we're forced into doing it. And we need the support of the wider trade union movement in that, because we've seen where privatisation of other sectors has led us, where the privatisation agenda in the National Health Service is taking us. Because that is the agenda. This is all being driven by ideology. The people that know the price are nothing, the price everything, the value are nothing, whereas we appreciate the other way around. So please support the motion. Thanks very much, Congress.
Thank you, Gordon. Are there any opposing speakers on this debate? No? I'm going to move to the vote, Congress. Motion number 24, Caledonian McBrain Ferries, no to unbundling of services. All those in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? Motion 24 is carried. Thank you. Moving to motion number 21, cross-border rail services, and I'm going to invite Asylum to move the motion. Thank you.
Afternoon, Congress. Adrian McLaughlin, Asylum, first time delegate and first time speaking anywhere. So please be kind to me. Congress, it took far too long, but the Scottish Government has finally done the right thing and brought both ScotRail and Caledonian Sleeper back into public ownership. These train operators provide an important service for the people of Scotland, and it is right that they are operated by and for the public. For far too long, we have witnessed failure from private operators looking to extract as much profit from our railways as they can, whilst failing to provide the level of service the Scottish people deserve. But Congress, while we can welcome the renationalisation of these important services, there is still work to be done. We are now left with 4 private cross-border operators. 2 of these operators are among the worst performing in the whole of the UK. Avanti West Coast and Transpennine Express, my company. Both operators are owned by First Group, who during this week have paid out £65 million to shareholders in dividends. First Group, who fuels Scotland's people with an abysmal running of ScotRail, whose service was so poor that they were fined. Not only that, they have resolutely failed to run 3 other franchises across the UK. Yet, despite their history of failure, the DfT has seen fit for First Group to run both Avanti West Coast and Transpennine Express. Reward for failure. There has been plenty of media attention on the failings of both Avanti West Coast and Transpennine Express. What has often escaped the media's attention, though, in both operators' failures to provide cross-border services. In September 2022, Transpennine Express cut 22.5% of its scheduled cross-border services, services that are essential for Scotland's communities and economy. So how do private companies who are failing respond? Do they examine where they have gone wrong, bring in change, invest more? No, they blame the employees. Both Avanti West Coast and Transpennine Express have blamed ASLEF members for their failures. Despite the operating failings to employ enough drivers, they claim it's the fault of those drivers who have decided not to work where rest days were allowed a day off, by the way. These are the same drivers who are in dispute over the company's attempts to force them into taking a real time's pay cut for the 3rd year. Is it really surprising that we actually do now want to take our time off?
But for these operators, abject failure doesn't appear to be enough of a reason to be stripped of their contracts. The DfT have extended Advanti West Coast contract. TransPennine Express contract is due to finish in May. And yet again, despite their failings, it's looking likely that the Department for Transport will offer them a similar extension. Congress, we need to ensure that the Scottish Government does not allow the UK Government to continue to enable private operators to profit whilst both Advanti West Coast and TransPennine Express are failing by nearly every measure. We know that only nationalised operators can provide a service that will benefit both passengers and Scotland's taxpayers. That is why we call on the STUC General Council to use every means possible to demand that the DfT cancel Advanti and TransPennine Express contracts. Congress, please support motion 21.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you. Is there a seconder for the motion? Thank you. Just make your way to the rostrum.
Good afternoon, Congress. Martin Hartley, EC member for the TSSA Transport Union. TSSA seconds this motion. Look, without doubt, and as we've just heard, this is just yet another example of failure by private companies trying to run public services. First TransPennine Express and Advanti West Coast, both run by First Group, should be ashamed of themselves. Or the 1,000 trains removed from the timetable due to the reason a last-minute change to the timetable. Congress, this is a load of nonsense. First Group have blamed workers by using the excuse of high levels of staff sickness and staff choosing not to work overtime. And the simple fact is, First never wanted to employ enough staff to cover the basic train diagrams and timetable in the first place, and relied solely on staff working overtime to cover the jobs. And for what? To protect profits. First Group operate First TransPennine Express and are inclusion with Trenitalia, an Italian operator to run Advanti West Coast, awarded contracts by the anti-railway Tory government to provide a public transport service to connect communities in Scotland and the north of England. And this is a key cross-border route. The simple fact is, they're not providing a public service through the monopoly that they have on this route. And the Tories think that they're doing a great job. And as we've just heard, they authorised them to pay £65 million dividends back into the holding company, First Group plc, while over 40% of services have been cancelled. It's despicable. But Congress, please support by voting in favour of this motion to lobby the Scottish Government to demand that the Department for Transport cancels the Advanti and TransPennine Express franchises. Thank you. I second.
Thank you, Delegate. Congress, is there any opposition from the floor to this motion? No? I'll move to the vote. We're on motion number 21, cross-border rail services. The General Council is recommending support. All those in favour? Thank you. Any against? Any abstentions? Congress, motion 21 is carried. I'm now going to call motion number 25, Scottish Continental Europe Ferry Link, and I'm going to call on Nautilus International to move this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is John Capel. I'm from Nautilus International. As Congress will recall, a ferry service operated between Rosyth and Zeebrugge, Belgium from 2002 until 2018. Over this period of time, the route was operated by 3 different ferry companies, and sadly, when it closed, this ended a direct ferry service from Scotland to continental Europe. Congress will recall that in 2019, Transport for Scotland engaged with TEC Farragon Offshore on the company's proposal for a ferry service from Rosyth to Eemshaven, Netherlands. Unfortunately, these discussions did not lead to an operational service. However, there is hope on the horizon, as there have been discussions in relation for plans for DFDS to re-establish a direct ferry service from Rosyth to continental Europe, and that the service could be commenced as soon as this year. Congress recognises that there is a clear need for a direct link for passengers and freight to deliver Scottish goods to mainland Europe. In light of Brexit and the need to enhance resilience of Scottish trade to be moved from Scottish ports, it is essential that a direct route from Scotland to continental Europe is recreated. This will remove dependency on using English ports such as Hull, Teesport and Harwich, and even Dover to deliver Scottish goods to the continent. Recognising that transport by sea has a lower environmental impact per passenger or tonne of freight than road, rail or air, Congress commits the STUC, maritime and shoreside unions to continue their engagement for support for re-establishing a Rourke's ferry service from Scotland to continental Europe. This will secure and guarantee essential trade and commercial links while creating quality skilled jobs on decent terms and conditions for local seafarers, dockers and the wider maritime cluster, and improving sustainable, environmentally friendly and independent transport links from Scotland, transporting Scottish goods and re-establishing a ferry link to enable tourist travel to and from Scotland. Congress, I ask that you unanimously support this motion. I move. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Gordon will bring in to second the motion. Thank you.
Thanks, President. I'll be very brief because the points have been covered. But what we need to ensure is, if this ferry service is reintroduced, it's not in the race to the bottom, terms and conditions, as we previously experienced. You know, the RMT held several demonstrations in Rosyth and Dunfermline over the course of the previous contracts because the ratings on those vessels were Eastern Europeans getting paid poverty wages. So if and when a ferry service is re-established, it's got to be on trade union negotiated rates of pay, conditions of service. What's the point of having a fair work framework agenda, etc., with the Scottish Government if ferries sailing out of Scottish ports are paying dire poverty wages and holding people on vessels for weeks and weeks at a time? So, second the motion, fully support it, but let's push for something better than what we had before. Let's push for a proper ferry service with properly paid and properly conditioned ratings on those vessels. Thanks, Congress.
Thank you, Gordon. Congress, is there any opposition to motion number 25? No, I'm going to move to the vote. So with motion 25, Scottish Continental Europe Ferry Link, General Council recommendation is to support. All those in favour? Thank you. Any against? Any abstentions? Congress, motion 25 is carried. Moving now to motion number 25, maintaining the rural, 26, maintaining rural bus services. And I'm going to invite East Kilbride and South Lanarkshire Trades Council to move the motion. Thanks.
President, Congress, thank you. Kenny Wallace, East Kilbride and South Lanarkshire Trades Union Council and a Unite member. I'm here to move motion 26, maintaining rural bus services. Public transport links are vital to any community, but more so with Scotland's geographical make-up to rural communities, and the bus plays a major part in this. I want to start by quoting Transport Scotland's bus policy aims. 1, to provide the environment for the bus to act as an effective economic enabler. 2, to enable the bus to provide an effective alternative to the car. 3, to link communities, people, places of businesses, employment and essential services through maintaining the bus network in Scotland. Are these aims being met? I'm not so sure. Rural communities rely so heavily on the bus service to provide a method of transport to provide access to and from work, provide access to further education, college and universities, provide access to healthcare, essential services and more. But we face the prospect of rural communities being cut off from more urban communities. Life chances being limited through time and face a real prospect of rural population decline. This in turn would have an after effect in the local job market and other areas. These rural service buses also service our major cities like Glasgow, Edinburgh, Aberdeen, Dundee and Inverness. A recent struggle was won by the group Stand Up for Buses who saved the threatened 101-102 service from Dumfries to Edinburgh, spanning several local authority areas. This was done through a hard fight, negotiation. They were lucky and they won, but many communities won't be so lucky. With the removal of these bus services, we're effectively cutting off and isolating the inhabitants of rural communities from the more densely populated urban areas of Scotland and all its amenities. Therefore, encouraging more people to use the car, which has a negative environmental effect, it will curtail employment and it will impact on local jobs and tourism market. Is this acceptable in the 21st century? With the removal of the network support grant from bus companies on the 31st of March 2023 and reported rise in fuel costs on average of 30%, some bus operators have also alerted the customer to the fact that 10 to 13% of bus routes will be scrapped. The number of public services within Scotland has already dropped by 25% over 12 years, and with a high percentage of public transport journeys being by bus, again, rural routes will be disproportionately affected. Also, a 15% average fare rise has been added into the mix. We need a reliable rural bus service to prevent the decimation of these communities. What's the use in having a free bus pass with no services to use it on? Therefore, Congress calls to support the points in the motion and ensure the inhabitants of the rural communities have a vital link to everything they require in life and work and give them a chance to prosper. Thank you. I move.
Thank you, Delegate. Leila, to second the motion. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Congress, comrades, President. Leila Roxanne Hills, seconding motion 26, maintaining rural bus services on behalf of the STUC Black Workers Conference. My elderly grandparents live in Argyll and Bute. For them to take public transport into the town, which is a 10-minute drive by car, means waiting on a road with no pavement or bus shelter for an hourly service, which takes 40 minutes to get into the town. If they didn't have their bus passes, this single journey cost £2.70. Sometimes this bus doesn't appear. For those needing access to health, work and social needs, which can't be found locally, requires additional planning and oftentimes additional stress. Where they live also includes a ferry, but we've already covered that in a different debate. And the buses often don't meet the ferries, leaving people stranded or reliant on expensive taxis or reinforcing ideas of car as king. If we're serious about a just transition and addressing the climate crisis, we need to provide investment and support for clean and green rural community transport led by those living and working there. Efforts to move into green and sustainable transport options very much already have urban areas in mind, with rural mobility and transportation falling far behind. Transport jobs can be big employers for small and rural areas, and the loss of these services and jobs contribute not only to economic decline, but also social isolation. The bus drivers in rural areas do more than drive people about. They get to know people. People get to know people that they share a bus route with, or the people that they wait at a bus stop with, which those few minutes can be a massive impact when you're already feeling quite lonely. People should be able to live where they want with a publicly owned infrastructure to support their lives. Finally, Conference, our transport has to be safe and accessible. Fear of violence and crime encountered on and around public transport can be an important factor in travel choices or the lack of choice. This is especially true for Black and people of colour, women, younger, older and disabled and LGBTQIA people who often have recorded feeling more vulnerable than others when travelling by public transport. Congress, please support this motion.
Thank you. Congress, is there any opposition in this debate? No one's coming forward. I'm going to move to the vote. So it's motion number 26, maintaining rural bus services. The General Council is recommending support. All those in favour? Thank you. Any against? Any abstentions? Congress motion 26 is carried. Thank you. I'm now going to call motion number 49 on council cuts. And I'm going to invite Janet on behalf of Clydebank Trades Union Council to move the motion.
President, Congress, Janet Cassidy, moving motion 49 on behalf of Clydebank Trade Council. Councils across the country say that faced with growing and ageing population, deteriorating buildings, expanding duties, council tax rises and the pandemic, they've been left with no choice but to cut core services due to the Scottish budget. All civic bosses criticised the proposals and claimed they face a 2.5% reduction of £264 million of funding in 22-23. Trade unions and other organisations, including trade councils, need to join together and challenge the ruling class. We only have to look at the amount of trade unions who have taken strike action over pay and conditions to see the unrest that is visible. Workers are saying enough is enough. Cuts to local services hit young people, women and the vulnerable. Almost £60 million being cut from council budgets for parks and over £82 million for children's centres. Investing in public services is vital for local jobs and businesses. Sport and leisure are being cut and libraries being closed. Services that were built up over the years to make your community a decent and safe place to live are being dismantled. At the same time as cutting much needed council funding, the government has chosen to give tax cuts worth £4 billion a year to top-rate taxpayers and £5 billion a year to large company shareholders. The elderly, people with disabilities and children living in poverty rely on public spending. These groups are being hit hard by cuts, and the long-term impact this will have on society and economy is huge. We believe any action to remove councils who publish no-cuts budgets and replace the Scottish Government administrators should be met with campaigning for people's budgets in elections with trade union support. Our theme at this Congress is that we demand better. Let's get on with that job. Please support.
Thank you, Janet. Is there a seconder for the motion? Thank you, Comrade.
Thank you. Comrades, Tam Kirby, Fife Trade Union Council, supporting this motion. Comrades, in the 90s, I worked for a company called Torbrex Engineering on the Kingsway, just down the road in Dundee. We were a major supplier to the cash. And the people from Dundee know what I'm talking about, NCR. Now, when I was engineer manager and I was responsible for setting the costs of all new products, when the cash come to us for a job, here's a new product, give us your best price. They didn't tell us the price they wanted. They expected us to give them the best price, to cover all the costs that was required to manufacture the brand new product they wanted, with the agreed markups that we had with the cash to produce that product, because the cash couldn't afford for us to go bust, because that would cause them major problems. And it was a brilliant method, and it's a method that business uses everywhere, except for when you go to some of the fly-by-nights that actually tell them how much it's going to cost. And we heard that from the international speakers about what happens. That's not what we want. Now, is it too much to ask your councils, who should know, if you want to provide the perfect services for your local communities, they must know how much that would cost them. What is the real cost for our communities, for the country, to provide true, real, well-paid services in all local authorities? Because unless we know that as workers and as communities, what are we arguing for? We're arguing against cuts, cuts, cuts. Let's know how much we should be spending, and then that's the campaign to go and get that bloody money, to spend it where it should be spent. And we wouldn't be, I've been here since 2013, debating the same thing time after time. Find out how much it really costs, and that's the campaign.
Thank you. Congress, I'm now going to call on Tracy Darling to speak in opposition to the motion on behalf of the General Council.
President, Congress, Tracy Darling, STUC General Council, opposing Clydebank's motion 49. And you might be asking yourself why, and I'm hoping I might explain. Councils are facing deep and painful cuts to services and jobs, and not because councils have developed a deep dislike of providing services, but decisions taken elsewhere mean councils have budgets which do not meet demand, and governments of all colours have consistently underfunded local government. If we're to defend public services and the jobs of those that provide them, we should be looking for support from wherever we can find it. This includes working with, as well as challenging councillors about how we go about this, and it will vary from one local authority to the next. But our organising and our coordinated campaigning will be critical to the arrest of cuts agendas. Times are hard and they're getting harder, but there's some minimum actions we should be able to expect from councils. In other words, demands so reasonable that they should be really difficult to refuse, and specifically to express their disgust at making cuts after cut, prepare alternative budgets, calculate the damage to the local economy as well as to the services by the cuts, and to make these available in a publicly accessible form. Be honest with us. Be honest with your communities and about all the things you can't do, and be politicians, not managers of decline. This motion calls for a no-cuts budget, calls for parallel budgets, and finally a people's budget. And it's perhaps a really confusing range of options for folk who don't speak local government. Congress, on more than one occasion, you've supported parallel budgets. And put simply, this motion is calling for councils to set illegal budgets. And that means if the council sets a budget that's more than the cash they have available, the Scottish Government police arrive and everyone gets sent to jail. Well, not quite, but there is absolute provision within their legal duty. And for those of you that are any doubt, I'll quote it to you. Section 211 of the Local Government Scotland Act of 1973 ultimately provides sanctions for those setting illegal budgets to go to jail, go directly to jail, don't pick up 200 quid. So, what we're saying here is that the General Council support the sentiment of the motion, but we're unable to ask affiliate unions to take action that could place them in legal jeopardy. We're unable to ask affiliate unions to support a stance that could see our members at risk of disciplinary action in doing so. And crudely speaking, if all of this doomsday scenario plays out and we end up with no compliance orders at the Court of Session, in the intervening period until such time as that council has produced a balanced position, they've got no authority to incur expenditure. And crudely, that means our members, and I work for Unison members in that finance department can't process the payroll. Does that mean nobody gets paid? It might well do. So I think we need to be slightly canny with what we're doing here. Councils need to show us what these alternative budgets look like, but not by shifting attention towards unlawful action when there's so much lawful activity we can do, including upping the ante in terms of coordinated actions across the public sector. We've seen how effective workers are when organising during this last year, when industrial actions won them over $2 billion in pay awards. It's absolutely right that Clydebank asks each and every one of us, members of our communities, residents of our councils, to protest against cuts to council services and jobs. But let's get the industrial campaigning arm of our unions in full flight and leave the legal arm in reserve. Support your local campaigns. Oppose the motion.
Thank you, Tracy. Congress, in line with standing orders, I can bring in one more speaker of opposition to the motion. Thanks, Delegate.
William Keogh, Usda, speaking in opposition to the motion. Most of the things I was going to say has been said, but I'm a Labour councillor and I've been involved in the budget this year, and it's hard. It's a hard thing to pass because a lot of people are missing out on things, but a no-cuts budget just wouldn't work, and I couldn't break the law either. But doing the other budget, so that's what I was about to say.
Thank you, Delegate. There's been opposition. Clydebank Trades Union Council has the right of reply. Thank you, Janet. Just take your time. Thank you.
On the General Council concern over a needs budget, I would say this. We've spent years working closely with the joint trade unions through well-attended public meetings, demonstrations and rallies. We use social media and the local papers. But the response we've had from other unions leads us to believe there is significant support in the workforce and community for a needs budget and refuse to implement budget cuts. The Glasgow councillor who advocated a needs budget never went to jail. In fact, he's been here all week with us. The alternative is continued decline in jobs and services, and we're reaching the point of no return. Local government. Our next rally is on the 10th of June, and we invite an STUC speaker to attend and give it an alternative to a no-cuts budget. Be aware, we are sick of tame councillors implementing cuts year after year. By degrading their communities, they create the conditions where groups like Patriotic Alternative thrive. Enough is enough.
Thank you, Janet. Congress, we're on motion number 949, Council cuts. The General Council does recommend opposition. I'm going to move to the vote. Those in favour of the motion? Thanks, delegates. Those against? Any abstentions? I would say the motion is lost. Yes, yeah, the motion is lost. Just want to get a good look. Thank you, Congress. Motion 89, the Gender Recognition Reform Bill passing, and invite the STUC LGBT plus Workers Conference to move the motion. Kirsty, is it yourself? Thank you.
President, Congress, Kirsty Wrigley, STUC LGBT Workers Committee, moving motion 89, Gender Recognition Reform Scotland Bill passing. Apologies for the mix-up earlier. As a veteran of the fight against the Tories and their Section 28 nonsense, I'm sad to be standing here again over 20 years later, still fighting for the rights of our LGBT plus siblings to live their lives with dignity and respect without judgment of those who feel the right to cast envenomed public attacks on members of our LGBT plus family. We did not step aside in the 80s and let Thatcher's government walk all over us. No, the entire LGBT plus family stood together and fought back. As we did then, we will do again, be it with Rishi Sunak's government or anyone else that tries to hide behind their fame or their keyboards. Yet Congress, I would like to thank the Council, General Council, for their support in getting the gender recognition reform into legislation, and we ask you for your continued support for the liberation of trans and non-binary people. It has not been an easy road to reach legislation. It took time to get it through the Scottish Parliament and then just 26 days to file a Section 15 order against us. Thank you, Westminster. Every time the GRR was pushed back, many of our trans siblings were faced with devastating mental and emotional distress, many turning to suicide and self-harm. And now, Congress, we have yet another delay with the Section 35 order. This inevitably furthers the deterioration of the mental health of our community. As trade unions, we should not be standing in the shadows. We need to be educating in order to bust any myths surrounding the reforms and to dispel any false information that is circulated by individuals that have opted to remain exclusionary. We need to work together, collaborating with all the trade unions to ensure reform is undertaken swiftly, smoothly and in a timely manner. And we call for the support to provide all unions and members with up-to-date and accurate information. And through this approach, we can drown out the voices of toxic misinformation. In Congress, we call for opposition to any Section 15 order that undermines the GRR bill. If we don't fight this together, we may be facing more like this from Westminster. The First Minister pledged to us to fight this order. So as a committee, we're going to hold them to that. And let's face it, after all, we're all workers on a picket line somewhere. Congress, I move this motion.
Thank you, Kirsty. Marianne, I'll bring you in to second the motion. UCU. Thanks.
Marion Hirsch, UCU, seconding the motion. UCU is proud to stand in solidarity with trans and non-binary people, of whom I'm one. It's an important issue to our members. The support and solidarity with trans and non-binary people was the sort of most prevalent topic at our recent UCU Scotland Congress. There was a motion specifically on the gender recognition reform and also a lot of other motions. This is really something that should have happened 20 or 30 or more years ago. It's something that has happened in other countries, and we really need to move forward, as the motion says, to also support this positive change in the rest of the UK. And here, as the name says, this is just reform. It's not revolution. Despite the opposition, it's not a very radical demand. It's about basic human rights, basic rights for workers. So support the motion and go out and campaign and challenge negative stereotypes and bigotry, because this is something that benefits all of us.
Thank you, Marion. Congress, is there any opposition on the floor for this motion? No one coming forward. I'm going to move to the vote. So it's motion 89, Gender Recognition Reform Bill passing. The General Council is recommending support. All those in favour? Thank you. Any against? Any abstentions? Thank you, Congress. Motion 89 is carried. I'm now going to move to the last motion before we move to emergency motions, and that's motion 90, Tackling Disability Employment and Pay Gap. And I invite the STUC Disabled Workers Conference to move the motion. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you. President, Congress. Tony Slavin, STUC Disabled Workers, moving motion 90, Tackling the Disability Pay Gap. Congress, I've got three wee statements. This speech is aimed at the shameful discrimination and employment / pay gap against disabled people. It's an unarguable fact that disabled people are less likely to be employed than other workers. Now, I'm going to repeat that maybe once or twice as we go through, because it's very important. A 20% pay gap is not a number. It's a symbol of opportunities lost and potential denied. What is really needed to address the disability pay gap is a shift in employers' attitudes. What is lacking is not so much employability on the part of disabled people, but a willingness on the part of employees to employ more disabled people by providing inclusive workplaces and support. And let's remember, discrimination against disabled people isn't just a scandal, it's against the law. We live in an age of metrics, of key performance indicators, of quarterly reviews and monthly targets, but some numbers and targets have their place and can be used for us and not against us. Current research by the Joseph Rowntree Foundation, they were on the telly this morning. I mean, I didn't need to do my speech, they done it for me this morning. They were talking about exactly what I'm talking about just now. Shows that nearly half of everyone living in poverty is either a disabled person or lives with a disabled person. That the disability employment pay gap is around 30% and that disabled workers now earn a fifth, 20% less than non-disabled workers. Figures published by the Office of National Statistics show that disabled people and those living with long-term health conditions made up almost 6 in 10, that's 59%, of all deaths involving COVID, and we can be sure that the cost of living crisis will only consolidate or add to this horrific figure. Here's some other figures that should be told. What if employers had to publish the number of disabled workers who they have interviewed for jobs? What if they had to provide the numbers of disabled workers they appoint, the number of disabled people they promote, and finally make it public how long they keep them in employment? Then, colleagues, we might see that the employment stroke pay gap begin to shorten. So let's look at the employers. Analysis published by the TUC shows that disabled workers now earn a fifth, 20% less than non-disabled workers, and that the pay gap, and I'm quoting directly, for disabled workers is widening to £3,800 a year, an increase of over £800 over the last few years. And as the economic impact of COVID kicked in, the gap inevitably grew, and along with the trust squatting debacle, has left us with the cost of living crisis, which we all know disproportionately affects disabled people. Disabled workers deserve more. We need mandatory disability pay gap reporting. We've waited long enough for fair and equal treatment at work. Disabled people are not overlooked. We are deliberately discriminated against. Let that sink in. Colleagues, the Scottish Government. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, can I ask you to wind up, Tony?
Absolutely,
Thank you.
Absolutely. Just imagine you're sitting as a disabled person in an interview, you're waiting and you know the question's going to come, how much is it going to cost to employ this disabled people? You say, look, if you give me that and that for reasonable adjustments, which is a high back chair and a day off a fortnight for working
Tony.
at home. Yeah, okay. Can you please support the motion?
Thank you for your contribution, Tony. Thank you. I'm going to call on Edinburgh Trades Council to second. Des?
Congress, President Des Loughney, Edinburgh TUC, seconding motion 90. I'd just like to draw Congress's attention to a way in which trade unions can boost the employability of disabled people. I'd like to draw delegates' attention to the concept of a disability advocate. In Edinburgh, we have been campaigning against employers, trying to draw employers' attention to this legal concept in order to avoid discrimination. It means that a person with a disability under the Equality Act can be accompanied by a trade union representative at any meeting, not just disciplinary and grievance hearings, but any meeting. As a disability advocate myself, I've accompanied members to occupational health reviews, to return to work meetings, to sickness absence reviews, to probationary reviews, and employers in many cases have said, well, you can't have someone, said to a member, you can't have someone at this meeting. I've advised them to say, ask for a disability advocate in order to avoid discrimination. And in every case up till now, the employers have given in to that after they've got some legal advice. So I think it's a really good way to support members, and by giving that support, I think at the end of the day, we enhance their employability. I would urge all affiliates to train their reps to not only be trade union reps, but also disability advocates. It will give disabled people enhanced rights. Exercise the right will make it easier for members to get through probationary periods and to negotiate reasonable adjustments. Thank you.
Thank you, Des. Congress, is there any opposition from the floor on the motion? No. I'm going to move to the vote. The General Council is recommending support. All those in favour? Thank you. All those against? Any abstentions? Congress, motion 90, tackling disability employment and pay gap, is carried. We are now going to move to the emergency motions. If you could just give us a minute, please. Thank you.
Okie doke, Congress, we're moving on to emergency motions now. You will have had your emergency motions booklet. First emergency motion is motion number 1, Greek rail disaster, and to move North Lanarkshire Trade Union Council.
Conference. Drew Gilchrist, North Lanarkshire Trades Council. Our council wanted to submit this motion because the important role that rail plays in our community. It connects the west of Scotland to the east, and it hires hundreds of Lanarkshire workers. Our comrades in the rail unions have for years been warning of the risks the public now face due to privatisation and cuts to safety measures. And over the past year, workers from Orkney to Southport have supported the rail workers in their strike action, not just because they support their defence of jobs and pay, but because they realise these members are taking action to keep your family and the public safe. This Congress notes that on the 1st of March this year, news broke of a devastating rail disaster, which is estimated to have killed 40 or more people. The collision occurred because of a lack of electronic signalling and other safety measures. Advising the drivers, which meant 2 trains were hurtling towards each other for 12 minutes on the same track. The public response was palpable, and police have now arrested the local station master for negligent manslaughter. However, this does not return the people to their families. This also does not fix the causes of the problem and make the transport system in Greece safe. As active trade unionists, it is our duty to defend workers whenever they are, wherever they are. We have seen in Britain the attacks on workplace conditions which our comrades in RMT, ASLEVs and others have fought tooth and nail to protect. This rail disaster is a horrifying reality of money before safety and profit before people. We call upon Congress to extend our condolences to our partner unions within Greece in this time of need, but we also urge Congress to meet with our counterparts to be able to aid them however we can, be it practical, monetary or knowledge-based. We also emphasise that we must learn from this horrendous disaster if the British Government are allowed to beat the railway workers in their respective unions. We are planting the seed which will grow into disaster of devastating proportions. A recent report from The Independent shared continuous failures in British rail structure due to cuts. It's important to know why. We call the tragedy in Greece a disaster because it was preventable. This goes back to the Troika and the EU austerity that decimated the Greek rail system to the point that the signalling system forced workers to rely on walkie-talkies to communicate train positions. We in Scotland can relate to the families, communities and workers of the tragedy. It was only in 2020 that the Stonehaven disaster took the lives of 3 people, 2 of which were rail workers. Have the train companies and the government learned their lesson? Absolutely not. And our comrades in the rail unions are right when they said they'll have blood in their hands if they continue to slash staffing and critical maintenance tasks. Conference, this shows that the struggle of labour against capital is not restricted to borders, but is international. It's an international struggle that unites all workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Do we have a seconder?
Congress, Gordon Martin from RMT, also a former chair of North Lanarkshire Trade Union Council, so I'm happy to be seconding this, although I would rather we didn't have to, because of the absolute unmitigated disaster caused once again by a lack of investment, by EU forced cuts on the Greek government and the general cuts agenda that is coming our way. So first and foremost, solidarity with the bereaved families of the Greek rail disaster. But I'm here to give you a clear warning. If we're not careful and if we don't resist this UK Tory government, who are now forcing through billions of pounds of cuts in the rail infrastructure, they call it modernising maintenance. We'll be modernised back to Greek standards if we're not careful. And that, as we have seen, has caused multiple fatalities. So the UK government, Network Rail, are looking to cut at least 43% from the maintenance budget. The biggest engineering site in Britain, 43% of it cut as a start. So please support this motion, because I don't want to be back here in a year or two saying about some disaster in the British rail network where people have been killed due to profit before safety and before people. So please support this, get overwhelmingly, in fact, unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon. Any opposition speakers? No, didn't think so. Can I have an indication of those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? Thank you very much. Emergency motion 1 is carried. I now call on emergency motion number 2, campaign for a climate emergency, resilient, just transition, and to move Aberdeen Trade Union Council.
Good afternoon, Congress. Morag Lawrence, representing Aberdeen Trade Union Council. Moving emergency motion 2, campaign for a climate resilient, just transition. In view of the recent information brought to us by the United Nations climate scientists, warning us that the urgency to reach a true net zero is far more imminent than first thought. This means that governments and others with target dates of 2050 now clearly need to be aiming for 2035. A report by the UK government's own climate agency states there has been a lost decade failing to deliver any progress towards a climate resilient infrastructure. This is due to the government's own inaction. In April, the government rebranded their net zero strategy as an energy strategy based on private sector-led growth in new North Sea developments, supported by government grants and tax breaks. No mention of just transition based on low carbon jobs in retrofitting and renewables, as advocated by this Congress. Congress, we need to engage with our members and civic society to campaign for a fully funded climate emergency resilient just transition action plan. We ask that this plan is given statutory backing and that we engage with the TUC, People's Assemblies and environmental groups and build a UK-wide coalition campaigning together for a just transition action plan to deliver a fairer, more equal society. I move.
Thank you, Delegate. Do we have a seconder? Formally? Any opposing? We'll move to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? Thank you. Emergency Motion 2, Campaign for Climate Emergency Resilient Just Transition is carried. Emergency Motion number 3, University Marking and Assessment Boycott and Punitive Deductions. Can I please ask on UCU to move?
Hello, Lena Bongren here from UCU Scotland. Some of you, well, many of you, because you've been visiting our picket lines, for which we are very grateful, but many of you will know that since 2020, UCU have been in a national UK dispute with our employers over pay and working conditions and pensions. We recently smashed the Tory anti-trade union threshold on ballots for the second time. So we beat the 50% threshold, and we now have just renewed our ballot mandate, and we will be starting a marking and assessment boycott in UK universities over pay and working conditions tomorrow. On the one dispute which we are in, pensions, we had made some progress. The 1/3 cut they made to our pensions, we are slowly working our way back to winning that. However, on pay and working conditions, we are far from there. We are not just striking and taking other action for pay, although that is one issue, of course. We're also taking action over huge amounts of job insecurity, workload. University staff in our union regularly work two days per week unpaid, and also over the race, gender and disability pay gaps in our sector. Specifically, precarity is something that many of our members care a lot about, and one comrade just yesterday said that I should talk more about myself and my situation, so I guess I will share my situation. I finished my PhD 11 years ago, and since then I have worked at, I can't even remember, maybe 6 different universities, over 20 different contracts. I am currently employed on 4 different contracts at 3 different Scottish universities. All of them are insecure. Now, I don't like talking about me that much, but I do it just to show that I am not an anomaly. This is the norm for many university workers. 0 hours contracts are so common, and actually at one of my workplaces right now, it turns out that I've been working without a contract since September. So we are taking action. We're starting a marketing assessment boycott over these issues tomorrow. A marketing assessment boycott is an action short of a strike. It has a mandate, it is a legitimate, valid form of industrial action. However, despite this, some of our employers have taken the horrific decision to withhold 100% pay from those participating in this marketing assessment boycott. To me, that's a lockout, and to many of our members, that is a lockout. Dundee University has announced recently that they are doing it. University West of Scotland are taking 100% as well. And as this motion notes as well, Queen Margaret University are taking 100% deductions. People in universities don't spend 100% of their time marking, but that is what they're threatening with. Other universities are threatening 50%, other 30%, and so on. So what we are asking for in this motion is, first of all, your support, that you send solidarity just as you have throughout our disputes, condemning the employers for this disgusting action and their attack on workers in this way. Specifically, we're asking the General Council to write to specific employers. The motion mentions Queen Margaret University, but of course, since then, we have noted more universities doing this in Scotland. And we're also asking you to write to the First Minister and the Higher Education and Fair Work Ministers to oppose these kind of punitive deductions. So thank you, and please support.
Thank you, Delegate. Do we have a seconder?
Comrades, my name's Nick Cimini. I'm a member of the EIS University Lecturers Association, and I'm here to second this motion. University staff have been on strike on and off every year, almost, since 2009. In that time, we've had real terms cuts after real terms cuts, and our pay has fallen by approximately 1/3 in that period. I could talk at length about the other aspects of the dispute, but Lena's spoken a little bit about that already. Suffice to say that we're in dispute about workload, stress-inducing workloads, 0 hours contracts and other forms of casualisation. I believe 68% of all research staff in UK universities are on a short-term contract right now, so the overwhelming majority of research staff. We're also in dispute about pay gaps, pensions, etc. However, because I'm short of time, I'll cut to the chase. Frustrated by a lack of progress over these disputes over the past few years, UCU members have taken this heroic decision to embark upon a marking and assessment boycott. The decision means that UCU members will not set examinations and they will not mark their assessments for the period of the dispute. In response, employers like Queen Margaret University and Dundee University are threatening to dock 100% of staff pay. They have no shame. They're trying to intimidate staff into submission. They're threatening these disputes, these overly harsh punitive deductions, despite the fact that marking and assessment is only a small proportion of our work. They're threatening staff because they are running scared. They know about the power of staff, and they know about the impact that this boycott could have. They know, as you do, that when we are united and when we stand strong, we can win. Workers have power, and that's why they're intimidating us. That's why they're trying to scare staff into submission. The EIS salutes...
Finish up, please.
We salute the heroic UCU members taking this action. I would urge you all to donate to the UCU Fighting Fund. The amount of money that it will take to sustain this action is huge, so please donate today. I'll finish by saying please support the motion. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, comrade. Anyone speaking against? We'll therefore move straight to the vote. General Council recommendation is to support this emergency motion. Can I see all those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? That emergency motion is carried. Could I just point out from the text of the motion that industrial action by UCU starts tomorrow. So could I ask delegates either on their way home from Congress or when they wake up in the morning, could they do various things with social media, etc., to make sure the universities are aware of the support UCU have and that UCU are aware of the support they have from this movement. Thank you. Now call emergency motion number 4, fighting for the future of further education in Scotland, to be moved by the EIS.
Anne-Marie Harley, President of EIS, Field College Lecturers Union. We are fighting for the future of further education. Scottish Government does not get colleges. They do not understand colleges. I know that because Nicola Sturgeon in her resignation speech said our education policy success is the amount of children that go to university. And yes, that is a success. But there's so much more that happens before people go to university. There's so much wealth in the college sector. They don't get it, but I know that people in this room get colleges. Many of you will have had family or you've been through the college system and know the importance of colleges. We have 6 key demands for our campaign. Accountable, supportive management. Accountable management that spends money wisely. Securing funding for FE. Funding was announced a couple of days ago, 10% cut in funding. Third one, to protect the quality of learning and teaching. To embed fair work as a reality rather than an aspiration. Reducing workload. If you were awake yesterday when I was speaking, you might remember how much our pay offer was. It was 2%, sorry, 2%. 2%. When last year we were told, you should be getting the same as teachers, and the teachers are happy with what they got last year. Well, my teacher colleagues were not happy. They didn't look happy, they didn't sound happy. And 2% tells you what the government thinks of the college sector. There is a serious threat to jobs. FE is in crisis. There's serious job cuts happening at City of Glasgow College, Edinburgh College, Dundee and Angus, and more to come. That's loss of jobs, but it's also loss of courses for very vulnerable young people, for people returning to education, for people going through apprenticeships, and it goes on. The Scottish Government cannot turn away from this while the sector is being dismantled on their watch. College Employers Scotland are responsible for their inertia in face of drastic cuts. We have to fight for the sector. We have to fight for further education because no one else is. Colleagues, I know that you value colleges. Please, please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. I'm going to invite the EIS. Hold on a second. Change your chair there. Hold on. Sorry, Congress. We're looking for a seconder to the motion. Thank you.
Congress, Lorraine Thompson, Unison, seconding emergency motion number 4. Supporting this motion, absolutely, but just here to point out that lecturers aren't the only workers getting a raw deal in Scotland's colleges today. Our members who support learning and further education, cleaners, admin, business support staff, librarians, technicians and many other roles that have just rejected the pay offer in an industrial action ballot where they have absolutely smashed the anti-trade union ballot threshold. Like the lecturer colleagues, they are saying enough is enough. They don't want to take action, but alas, if the Scottish Government won't listen, then they will be on the picket lines with, I know, the support of everyone here in this hall today. Please support the motion.
Thank you, Lorraine. Congress, are there any opposing speakers in this debate? I can't see any indication of that, so I'm going to move to the vote on motion number 4, fighting for the future of further education in Scotland. The General Council is recommending support. All those in favour? Thank you, Congress. Any against? Any abstentions? Emergency 4. Motion 4 is carried. Thank you. Moving on now to emergency motion number 5, the right to protest in Iran, and I call on Scott Hartles from the Communication Workers Union to move the motion. Thank you, Scott.
President, Congress, Scott Hartles on behalf of the Communication Workers Union to move emergency motion 5, rights to protest in Iran. Like the right to withdraw labour in the workplace, the right to protest is a civil right and must be treated as such around the world. Comrades, we cannot ignore human beings treated so abhorrently. The death of Mahsa Amini on 16th September last year for not following the country's dress code for women sparked a nationwide uprising. No one has been held to account for her death, and many other protesters have been detained and killed. It is reported that there is ongoing physical and sexual violence against women and girls during the protests and in public spaces. It is also reported that whilst women and girls are detained or are in public, their rights are blatantly disregarded. There have also been reports of acts of intimidation and harassment against protesters' families. These reports indicate that family members are being interrogated unlawfully with a view to extracting false information regarding the responsibility of the killings of rioters or those working for the enemies of the state. A mother spoke of her son's experience when he was detained. She said her son was forced to say what they wanted after they raped him with a hose pipe and they forcibly took his fingerprints. Many of the injuries protesters have suffered are horrific, with some people losing their sight. One 18-year-old was birdshot at a distance of 10 metres and he lost sight in one of his eyes. A 22-year-old was birdshot at a similar distance and lost his sight in both eyes. One witness spoke about riot police shooting metal pellets from about 100 metres away, and many suffered injuries whilst running away. A protester from Mahabad said in response to people chanting "Women, Life, Freedom" and "Death to the Dictator," security forces fired weapons loaded with metal pellets, often from a distance of about 20 to 30 metres. They particularly targeted people in their head. Eyewitness testimonies indicated security forces also fired unidentified munition, causing gaping wounds on protesters' legs, chests and abdomens. Security forces regularly beat children at the time of arrest in vehicles during transfer and in detention centres. Other torture methods recounted including floggings, administering electric shocks, using stun guns, the forced consumption of unidentified pills, and holding children's heads underwater. In one case, several schoolboys were abducted for writing the protest slogan "Women, Life, Freedom" on a wall. A relative of one of the victims said that plainclothes state agents abducted the boys, took them to an unofficial location, tortured them and threatened to rape them, and then dumped them semi-conscious in a remote area hours later. The victim told the relative, "They gave us electric shocks, hit me in the face with the back of a gun, gave electric shocks to my back and beat me on my feet, back and hands with batons. They threatened that if we told anyone they would detain us again, do even worse and deliver our corpses to our families." Comrades, Congress, our movement cannot stand by and ignore the disgusting treatment of the people of Iran. We need to support the protesters in Iran and send our solidarity to those facing persecution from the state. We need to support Amnesty International's campaign. Thank you.
Thank you for that powerful contribution, Scott. I'm going to bring in Rosie on behalf of the STUC Youth Conference to second.
Afternoon, Congress. Rosie Hampton on behalf of the STUC Youth Committee, seconding this motion. I don't have much to add to what's already been recounted as some powerful testimonies, but I just wanted to reinforce why it feels so integral that we support this motion and the cause of protesters in Iran after all of the subjects of the motions that have already been passed. As you've seen with motions on buffer zones around abortion clinics and period products and etc., bodily autonomy is crucial to the dignity and the rights of trade unionists and protesters around the world. As young workers sitting on the Youth Committee, it is truly just unbearably difficult to read the ages of some of the protesters that were murdered by police. Nobody should ever go out to a picket line or a protest or the streets and not come home because of police and state repression. It's also, I think, important to say, and I draw on the really important reporting of the journalists there in Iran who are also kind of under the same kind of suppression. And again, it draws on the motions that we've powerfully heard from comrades in the NUJ. And I've really benefited from engaging with journalism here from the likes of Galdem, who have also importantly pointed out that this is an issue that spans across the kind of spectrum of gender and sexuality, with trans, non-binary, gender diverse and genderqueer Iranian comrades. A study in 2021 noted that 92% of trans women in Iran had faced emotional and verbal violence, and over 70% had faced physical violence as well. This is something that sits at the heart of all that we're arguing for as feminist, internationalist trade unionists, and we completely second CWU's motion when we would urge you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosie. Congress, I don't imagine there'll be opposition, but is there anyone coming forward from the floor? No, I'll move to the vote. We're on emergency motion number 5. rights to protest in Iran. General Council recommendation is to support. All those in favour? Thank you. Any against? Any abstentions? Congress Emergency Motion 5, protest in Iran, is carried. Thank you. Now going to move to emergency motion number 6, fighting for teachers in Hutchinson's Grammar School. And I invite the EIS to move this motion. Thank you, Susan.
President, colleagues, Susan Quinn, the EIS, proposing emergency motion number 6. We clearly live in extraordinary times. Who would ever have thought we would have seen trade union members in a private school looking to take industrial action? And yet that is where members of the EIS and the NASUWT who work in Hutchinson Grammar School find themselves. In the EIS consultative ballot, we had an 80% turnout with 94% in favour of industrial action. The statutory ballot is currently open until the 4th of May. Thank you, colleagues, yes. And our members continue to seek a resolution with their employers. And here's why they find themselves in this position and why they are prepared to take action, because their employers seek to impose, through bullying tactics, changes to their pension scheme which will see them in significant detriment. Bullying tactics as they seek to use the despicable fire and rehire approach, where staff simply didn't roll over and then let themselves make those changes. To date, the employers have issued all staff with dismissal notices, with those staff who refused to sign new contracts with this new pension arrangement in place out of work ahead of the new session in August. If only we had a bleep button here, colleagues, I would be able to tell you exactly what I think about this approach. But I don't, so I won't. Colleagues, we need to do everything we can to prevent the management in Hutchinson's Grammar School from doing this to our members. We call on all who can to use their influence to have this position reversed. We're delighted to hear that Annis this morning, as leader of the Scottish Labour Party, will be campaigning on behalf of our members, and we call on the First Minister, Humza, also to get involved in this campaign. They have very special, significant influence that they can play into having this decision reversed. Dear colleagues, to be clear, colleagues, there are plenty of people out there watching and waiting to see who wins this fight, with their own plans to shaft their staff if the management in Hutchie win. The EIS are clear. Our members are clear. We are with our members on that. We must win this one. Please support this motion and make sure the staff in Hutchie know that the trade union movement are behind them in making sure that this fire and rehire decision and these bullying tactics of the management in this school will not be tolerated by the trade union movement. They are no different from workers elsewhere across the public and private sector, and they should be supported. Please support this emergency motion.
Thank you, Susan, and for placing it on the pad today. Congress, is there a seconder? Mike.
Thank you, President. Congress, Mike Corbett, NASUWT. I'm going to share with you testimony sent to me this morning by one of our members. I feel overwhelmed by so many issues, all of which are abject failings of Hutchinson's management. I'm anxious and angry as a result of the forced move to an inferior pension, being disadvantaged compared to every other teacher in Scotland, by being so undervalued by my employer that they would consider jeopardising my retirement, by the threat and indeed actioning of fire and rehire, by the mounting pressure we've been forced to work and live under while we tried to negotiate but were ignored, by the threats to our current livelihoods, by the misrepresentation and spin we were forced to read on repeat from the school to parents and the press, by the layer upon layer of duress imposed to force us to eventually sign an inferior contract, including a mid-holiday deadline, after which we were forced to retract our honest and valid sentiments of duress, both by a threatening email and then a threatening in-person conversation. But above all else, I'm anxious and angry by the way we have been treated and portrayed by the school's management. I once loved and thrived in my role at Hutchie, but I've never felt so demoralised, never felt more that I'm just a number rather than a valued colleague who works in true partnership. It's disheartening and distressing to think, after years of service and seeing those around me likewise give their all, that the well-being and financial security of the teaching staff are the first sacrifice as soon as the school has to make difficult decisions. There is no sense that the bursar and chairman understand our school as anything other than figures in a balance sheet. And if they do, there's been no sense of humanity in any of their interactions with us. Likewise, the rector's approach compounds our distress every time he addresses us. This entire process has been all-consuming, permeating every aspect of our lives, both in and out of school. Threatening emails arrive while we're teaching classes and during our holidays. We're summoned to assemblies where we are berated, undermined, and accused of destroying both job security and the school's reputation, when a more reflective, rational leadership team would analyse their own actions, rather than lay the blame at the door of a staff body who've done nothing more or less than give their very best and expect to be treated with respect. I feel unacknowledged, unsupported and undervalued by the people who, by dint of their positions, should be at the very forefront of inspiring education in Scotland. There is no sense that I or any of my colleagues truly matter. I would ask you, support that member, support those teachers in Hutchie and support this motion. Thank you.
Mike, thank you. Is there any opposition from the floor for emergency motion number 6? With that, Congress, I'm going to move to the vote. The General Council is recommending support. Can I ask all those in favour to please show? Thank you. Any against? Any abstentions? Emergency motion 6, fighting for teachers in Hutchinson's Grammar School, is carried. So let's stand shoulder to shoulder with the workers and we fight on your behalf. Thanks to EIS for putting that on the pad today. I'm now going to call emergency motion number 7, Trade Union Solidarity, and I invite Dundee Trades Union Council to move the motion. Thank you, Jim.
Chair, conference. Jim Malone, Dundee Trades Council, moving emergency motion 7. Remind comrades, an injury to one is an injury to all. It was brought to my attention on the 4th of April earlier this year, just before Dundee Trades Council met in its monthly meeting, that Keir Starmer had written an article in the Tory Times and that he had ruthlessly removed the democratically elected leader of the Scottish Labour Party, our comrade and friend, Richard Leonard. Now, all of us know Richard, his generation of working for the trade union movement and his own union, the GMB, as an industrial organiser, helping young people, helping women, helping trade unionists, thousands of them, over that 20-year service. So I was, quite frankly, disgusted. And I took it to the Trades Council, and that motion that we have today was overwhelmingly and unanimously supported. The date stuck in my head, April 4, short things out in the Memphis Sky. It's the anniversary of the death of Martin Luther King, that giant of the movement that freed so many black people in America, a social justice champion very much in the mould of Richard, and Richard in the mould of Martin Luther King. Now, while Starmer may not have realised the significance of the date of his article in the Tory Times, it did nevertheless look to me as though Starmer was part of a shady conspiracy to remove Richard as the Scottish leader, ignoring the interests of me, the interests of Scottish Labour members, but also those trade union activists that Richard has supported his whole life and his whole career. This was done to serve the interests, no doubt, of the corporate donors who support Starmer. Those on the right, the cabal of right-wing MSPs and MPs, and also those unelected lords and ladies who also seem to be in his pocket. Those who infect our movement. Starmer is a direct opposite of Richard, neither a Democrat or a socialist. Working in the shadows against Scottish democracy, Starmer has continued with ferocity blocking trade union candidates throughout the country, both in Scotland and in the UK, many with the socialist principles, like our comrade Richard Leonard. For example, another great trade unionist like Mark Kerr in Glasgow, Jeremy Corbyn in Islington. Comrades, Dundee trade unionists, identify with the politics of Mark Kerr, who identify with the politics of Jeremy Corbyn, and who identify with the politics of Richard Leonard. Dundee trade unionists condemn those words in that article, and we support Richard, and we send a message of trade union solidarity from trade unionists in Scotland. I move.
Thank you, Jim. Is there a seconder for emergency motion 7? Thank you.
President, Congress, sorry, it's me again. Last time, honest. Listen, I have to declare I am not now, and I have never been, a member of the Labour Party. I pay the political levy. I have voted for them my entire working life. Sometimes through gritted teeth, that's why I don't have one there. I can assure you. But I have voted for them because I think it's the right thing to do. But there has to be reality. What is happening? And I'm going to quote what Lenin said about the Labour Party in 1920. Of course, most of the Labour Party's members are workers. However, whether or not a party is really a political party of the workers does not depend solely upon the membership of workers, but also upon the men that lead it and the political tactics. Only that determines whether we really have a political party of the workers. Regarded from this point, Lenin said, the Labour Party is a thoroughly bourgeois party and it is a bourgeois organisation. Now I take what has happened in the Labour Party that I'm voting for and I'm paying for, what has happened over the recent years to good comrades like Richard Leonard, an honest, hard-working person for the entire movement. What has happened to them shows that the Labour Party is thoroughly bourgeois, and I have heard nothing yesterday or today that would make me change my mind. Now, Lenin also said, or is quoted to have said, to the communists, yes, support the Labour Party as a rope supports a hanged man, and we have to remember that. It is our job to take them to task. It is our job to fight and tell them what the workers want. Comrades, move that motion. Thank you.
Thank you, comrades. I'm now going to call on Richard Hardy to speak on behalf of the General Council to oppose the motion.
It's great. It's the first time I've ever been clapped at the STUC before I even speak. Sorry, technological problem. President Conference, Richard Hardy from the Trade Union Prospect and the General Council speaking to oppose Motion 7. Comrades, the General Council recognises the anger felt by some delegates, and that is reflected in Emergency Motion 7. We would wish particularly to place on record our appreciation of Richard Leonard as a brilliant former employee of the STUC, as a dedicated trade union officer of the GMB, and as a hard-working political representative who, in that role, has never wavered in his commitment to our movement. Richard is one of our very best friends, and he always will be. However, Congress, in the view of the General Council, this motion moves us into territory that we have traditionally avoided. Our movement is made up of a number of major unions who are affiliated to the Labour Party. but also a larger number of unions who, like my own, are not affiliated. The STUC status as non-affiliated to any political party is integral to the role that we play in the wider political debate and in Scottish civic society. And whilst this has never precluded us from taking a view on the public policy positions of political parties, particularly when they are in government, it does mean that we have rightly been reluctant to involve ourselves in their internal processes. This was true of the official stance we took in the recent SNP elections, and it should be true for the Labour Party and for other parties too. Those of our members who are in the Labour Party and those of our trade unions who are affiliated have every right to take a view on its internal processes and to act accordingly. But Congress, it is through those channels and forums, and not this one, that those views should be expressed. Please oppose the motion.
Thank you, Richard. Congress, I could take one more speaker in opposition on this debate. If anyone's coming forward. Can't see anyone. There's been opposition. The mover has the right to reply. Jim?
Thanks, Sister. I'll take the liberty of thanking you for your chairing here. It's been an honour. Well done, Sister. It's been outstanding.
Thank you.
I would ask Congress to just listen to what I said at the start. An injury to one of us is an injury to all. The internals of the Labour Party is not the reason I brought this to the attention of the Dundee Trades Council. I looked on Richard, who is not a close friend. I looked on him as a fellow trade unionist who's been attacked by an authoritarian leader of a party whose Scottish leader earlier today claimed it was the political wing of the trade union movement. We are inseparable, comrades. So for the General Council to move that opposition is a bit, I would say, disingenuous. Support the motion, support Richard Leonard. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Congress, we're moving to the vote on emergency motion number 7. As you're aware, the General Council is recommending opposition. Can you show all those in favour of emergency motion 7, please? Thank you. Those against? I think the vote's very close. Card vote. I'm going to take a card vote on the motion. Thank you. It is close. Comrades, I'd prefer to take the card vote. I hope you aren't sleeping or getting ready for that train journey. Look out your card votes now, please. Tellers, the hall. It'll be card vote number 3. If you can raise your card votes, I'll take those in favour of E7 first of all, please. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. I think there's a few more up at the back. If the tellers have all the card votes, thank you for that. I'm going to move now for any card votes voting against E7. Thank you. If you just raise your hands. So that's in opposition to the emergency motion. There were a number of hands up, so in the vote, if you can raise it a bit higher just for the tellers, that would be helpful. Thank you, colleagues. We're determined to get you here to the end. Has everyone voted that was voting against? And can you show your card vote if you are abstaining against E7? There's a few votes to be collected, thanks to the tellers. Comrades, I think that is all the votes collected, so the card votes will be taken out the hall and counted, and we'll come back with the result as soon as is practically possible. Thanks to the tellers. Congress, we're going to move on with the business because I am mindful of the time. I know what everybody's wanting to get down the road or up the road or wherever, so we're going to call Emergency Composite Motion A, Justice for Colombia, and I'm inviting Unison to move the motion. Thank you.
President, Congress, Tony Cleary, Unison Scotland, proposing Emergency Composite A, Justice for Colombia. Now, I found myself at last year's Congress also raising an emergency motion on Colombia. But I think it's important to note that there have been major developments since the last Congress. Colombia now has a progressive government under President Gustavo Petro, who is a former guerrilla fighter, and Francia Marquez, who is Colombia's first black female vice president. Now, in this context, I feel compelled to bring something to the attention of Congress. Colombia isn't the only country in South America to have a progressive government. Chile also has a progressive government. But I need Congress to note and remember that the 11th September this year, 9/11, will be the 50th anniversary of Pinochet's bloody coup. And as Scottish TUs have a strong tradition of solidarity with Chile, I ask Congress and affiliates to support, sponsor, publicise and participate in any events to commemorate the 50th anniversary of this bloody coup. As trade unionists, we cannot and must not forget this anniversary. So back to Colombia. This year, the emergency composite has been brought to Congress because the Colombian people still need our help, because various factions that were signatories to the peace treaty, known as Total Peace, have once again picked up arms. Recently documented figures from Justice for Colombia state in the first 3 months of 2013, at least 35 social activists and 5 former FARC guerrillas have been murdered. The UN have also voiced concerns over an increasing number of dubious detentions, particularly of 180 young protesters. The new government is very keen to ensure that anything that can be done to help implement total peace will be done. However, it would appear that some state machinery and judiciary have a very different view and are blocking the process. This composite applauds Justice for Colombia for its ongoing campaigning for trade unionism, human rights and peace. It also calls on the international community to support Colombia's government to continue the path to total peace. Specifically, the composite calls on Congress to lobby politicians to support peace dialogue with armed groups, to demand the release of political prisoners, to promote affiliation to Justice for Colombia by branches, regions at a national level across all STUC affiliates. Please support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Can I call a seconder for this motion? Thank you, Sister.
Good afternoon, President, Congress. Hazel Marshall, East Kilbride and South Lanarkshire Trades Council, supporting emergency composite motion Justice for Colombia. We have a proud record of standing with trade unionists facing difficult conditions around the world. Many trade unions supporting Justice for Colombia have provided funding and support to help unionise in a region where they continually face threats and attacks. The government has already shown genuine efforts towards real peace, improving workers' rights and taking action against the attacks of trade unionists, activists and others in the peace process. But violence continues. Colombia saw more than three times the number of human rights murders than the Ukraine last year, with 186 deaths. Ukraine had 50. And new peace dialogues are wobbling. Some of the factions are returning to their killing ways, while the government does what it can to keep dialogue going. The international trade union movement must unconditionally stand with all those striving for a Colombia rooted in peace and social justice. This can only be achieved through successful peace negotiations, the release of political prisoners, and reshaping the political and economic system. But we know this won't happen overnight. Congress, Colombia's new government has shown its commitment to build a fairer society. Our movement's tradition of international solidarity compels us to continue to defend the rights of the Colombian people at this time. Please support the motion.
Thank you, Hazel. Congress, is there any opposition in this debate? No one's coming forward, so I'm going to take the vote. So we're on Emergency Composite A, Justice for Colombia. General Council recommending support. All those in favour? Thank you. Any against? Any abstentions? Congress Emergency Motion A is carried. Thank you. Before I move on to the final motion of this Congress, I do have the card vote in front of me for Emergency Motion 7. Supporting the motion, 152. Opposing, 740. Abstention, 203. The motion is lost. I'm going to move to Emergency Composite B, Refugees, the Patriot Alternative and the Necessity of Resistance, and I invite Paisley and District Trades Union Council to move the motion.
President Congress, Colin Mack again from Paisley and District Trades Union Council, moving Emergency Composite Motion B. Until January, I had not heard of the hateful organisation known as the Patriotic Alternative. I only found out about them after my mother mentioned that the Mufa Hotel was going to be used to house refugees. I didn't think much of it at the time, because the failing policy put in place by the government was the reason the asylum process was so backed up and why this was needed. People in Erskine became unhappy. There was no local consultation, they wanted to stage a protest, and this is where the PA got themselves involved. They tried to portray themselves as an honest campaign group, but it was quickly shown who and what this group are about. Ex-BNP, National Front and other racist organisations that made them up, with members convicted of terrorism and firearms offences. Once exposed, the majority stepped away from what they wanted, wanted to see, but it was too little too late. You see, what they stand for on their website, the hate and lies they peddle are quite clear for all to see. I'm tagged to say they found a minority of people in Erskine who shared this viewpoint. 10 people of a population over 16,000, but however, this gave them encouragement to see what they are doing now and what they're trying to win. They continue to spout lies. They claim there are no local residents on the counter-protest side. Now, I've attended all of the counter-protests supporting refugees, and it's funny, as someone who grew up in Erskine, went to school there, and spent 42 years of my life there, I didn't realise that didn't qualify me as a resident. We see clearly what the fascist patriot alternative stand for. We see them for the lies they shout and the hate they want to spread. We must stand up for the asylum seekers, for the people of Erskine who oppose racism, and for all those who cannot stand up for themselves. Can I also thank all the colleagues who stood with us so far, from the STUC to Stand Up to Racism, the Young Communists and my brothers and sisters in the trade councils and other trade unions who have stood with us. It's an important fight that we have to continue, that we have to show that racism, hate and the things that Patriot Alternative stand for have no place in our society. Congress, I move this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. I'll call on the Black Workers' Conference to second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, President. Congress, Talat Ahmed for the Black Workers Committee, supporting this Composite B. As we've just heard, the Patriotic Alternative have emerged onto the scenes here, and what they are inflicting upon Erskine is a massive warning to us as a trade union movement and as a movement that is committed to anti-racism. The patriotic alternative like to portray themselves as somehow that they are normal people, they are part of the community. Just this week, one of their members has been found guilty of terrorist offences. His name is Christopher Kearney. He was part of the riot in Knowsley, which was a fascist riot that took place when Patriotic Alternative first hit our scenes. He has liked all kinds of other fascist things online, such as Breivik, the Norwegian Nazi, who killed 77 people at a youth camp. Tarrant, an Australian white supremacist who murdered 51 Muslim worshippers in 2 mosques in New Zealand, and also liking John Earnest, who carried out mass shootings at a synagogue in California in 2019. The leader of Patriotic Alternative is Mark Collett. He is the former youth leader of the BNP, and he wrote a book where he spoke positively and praised Hitler's Nuremberg rallies. This is what we are confronting today. Erskine is the first line of attack of the Patriotic Alternative. They have made it clear that this is where they attempt to make inroads into our communities and into the fabric of our society. For us, this also has to be a red line. This is why we obviously support and condemn and praise the people that have been in Erskine themselves and all the supporters that have been there. For 11 weeks running now, each Sunday, Patriotic Alternative are there. And that's why this motion is asking Congress to support all the opposition, for us to unite in a broad way, and for us to set a date sometime in May where we have a mass showing, where we book transport, we take trade unionists and anti-racists on one Sunday, where we confront and we outnumber them in our hundreds to really make sure that Patriotic Alternative are dealt a blow. Please support this motion.
Thank you, Sister. Is there any opposition from the floor? No? Sorry, Sister, I never seen you there. Thank you.
President Congress, Alison Andrea speaking against this motion. I'm here with great regret because I do support practically everything that's on this page. Now, I actually live in Erskine, so I've got a personal investment in confronting the racist far-right protesters that have been turning up at that hotel. So I completely agree with the speakers that have been up. But I really can't stay silent when the parents who have expressed concerns about elements of their child's education and who have got every right to have an input into how their children are educated and what training materials or people who come into the school, they've got every right to have an involvement in that. To associate those parents with the far right and fascist elements that are running through this emergency motion, I think is most unfair. Now, it's been a long day. I'm sure we're all keen to draw a close to a very successful conference, and as I say, I'm very regretful that it's amending it on a note of controversy. But I really am disappointed that that sentence, the emboldened far right, is also attacking the LGBTQ+ communities by targeting drag queen storytime events. That may be true, but the further implication is, in the context of this motion, is that anyone who has a concern. Now, in Paisley, which is very close to Erskine, we had an incident where a drag queen story time was organised for very young primary school children. Those children were able to, on the same day, link to very adult, highly sexualised social media content of the person who presented the drag time story hour. And those parents were quite right to be concerned about that. Now, that's a debate for us, another place, and you're entitled to have your view, and I am too, but it shouldn't be within a motion that is quite rightly targeting the racists who are turning up at places like Erskine Hotel and targeting refugees, which is disgusting. So thank you for your patience in hearing me out, but I can't support this motion with that inclusion. Thank you.
Sister, before you leave the rostrum, another caught what organ affiliation that you were representing. Sorry.
I'm speaking for community.
You're speaking for community. Thank you. Sorry, I missed that in your opening
No, I
remarks.
didn't see it. It's okay. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Congress, is there any other opposition on this motion? There has been opposition, so the mover does have the right to reply. Paisley and District Trades Council, thank you.
I mean, I appreciate, obviously, what my comrade said there in regards to that, but I don't feel that alone is enough for this motion to fall. It is one sentence that does state to oppose communities, the LGBT communities being targeted events. Now, if a single event has had an issue, I don't see why this motion would stop that being raised or would say that was an opposition to this motion going through. This motion is simply, as far as I see it, about targeting the far right and about obviously dealing with the fascist, Nazi, patriarch alternative. These are people who are extremely horrible people, and I don't feel that one sentence in an entire motion is enough to call it fall down, because it doesn't say that we should just ignore everything that's happening. It just says that in situations there has been attacks against the LGBTQ community, and that has been done by, obviously, elements of the far right. That doesn't stop parents, it doesn't stop others having criticism. What we want is to stop elements of the far right turning people against other people. So again, I accept what's been said about it. I disagree with how they framed that, and I would like people to support the motion.
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you. Congress, I'm now going to move to the vote. And reminding General Council is recommending support of emergency composite motion B. All those in favour, please show. Thank you. All those against? Any abstentions? Congress, emergency composite motion B is carried. Thank you. That is the end of today's in Congress official business, but I'm now going to move to the vote of thanks and ask our Vice President, Mike Arnott, to go to the rostrum. Thank you, Mike.
Thanks, President. A President who was just handed over to me on the point of the agenda where it says 4:20 p.m. and it's now 4:25 p.m. And for a President to have been able to pull that back over the last 3 days from the position we were in probably on Monday night is truly remarkable, but it's an indication of the person we've got sitting in the presidential chair at this Congress. I'd like to make very special thanks to all the STUC staff for organising and delivering a hugely successful Congress in their usual professional and dedicated manner. And I've just become aware from this side of the rostrum how much that means and how much that adds to my my view of how impressive the staff are, because I've seen it from that side, I'm now seeing it from that side. So thanks to the STUC staff. Thank you to Susan, Barry, Alan, and all the staff here at the Caird Hall for their support and work in the run-up to and during Congress, and we look forward to working with them in this fabulous venue over the years ahead. We would like to thank Dave and his team from Story and Stage for all their AV and digital support this week. Thanks to Paul Brownlee and his team at the Invercast Hotel for the President and General Council dinner last night. Thanks to the Standing Orders Committee, Willie Doherty, Jackson Cullinane and Kevin Buchanan. Superb job again, comrades. The tellers, coordinated by Chief Teller Alex Kennedy. I don't think I've had 3 card votes at a Congress before. The official photographer, Fraser Band, who's been out and about and up and in and out all through the Congress, so thanks to Fraser. Special thanks to our exhibitors, several of whom have joined us for the first time this year, and we hope to see them back. All the organizations who organize fringe meetings during Congress. All our international guests who joined the online panel for the international garment trade item. To our wonderful signers, Leslie Crerar and Margaret Kinsman. To our live captioners, Mel Coulter, Andrina McMenemy and Gail Richardson. Thanks to the STUC General Council and to all delegates and delegation leaders. And finally, thank you to our wonderful President, Pauline Rourke, her union, the Communication Workers Union, who have supported her throughout her presidency. And we have something to present to Pauline.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you, Congress. Oh, God. I've been determined to keep it together, and I started with my address to say how proud I was, and that pride has never wavered. So thank you all for your contributions, your solidarity, your support. It's been a wonderful 12 months. It's been a busy 12 months, and we've still so much to do, but having heard the debates and the passion and the commitment, we're going to stand shoulder to shoulder over the next 12 months. We have the newly elected President, Mike Arnott, and we have Lillian Macer, who's been elected as Vice President. Congress, you are in safe and good socialist hands, so bring it on. Conference is adjourned. See you 2024. Thank you so much.